Think we are live.
Good to be live.
It's good to be live, folks. It's good to be alive. And we welcome everyone, one and all, to Photo Talk episode 3. In lieu of our friend Chuck being able to do his live stream. Photo Talk episode 3. And I hear myself echoing. Somebody
Hang on.
hook up.
I'm innocent this time.
Episode 3. And I hear myself echoing.
Hang on.
Yeah, I'll try not to talk here. Well, okay. I guess you killed it. Not that I don't like hearing my own voice, but not that much.
I had the Safari and the Chrome going at the same time.
So hello, Woody and Greg and Cooley. And hopefully, and Mike just joined us, and hopefully we start seeing a bunch of people show up before we get into any serious discussion on the show. And I'm not sure. I'm hoping that Chuck and his wife Maribel will be watching tonight, and hopefully she will come on the chat in a little bit, and we'll look for her name to pop up. And so everybody kind of like bear with us for a minute here. And Mr. Powell's here. Berwick upon Tweed. Okay, Chuck, I hope you're watching because I know that you love to hear Berwick upon Tweed. So there you go. Ray, you probably already made his night.
Well, good evening, Gustavo.
Yep, Gustavo's here. That's great. Gustavo, don't be shy. You can join whenever you can here. And Greg, you're being making an assumption when he says evening humans. We may not all be human. You never know.
As if humans are a good thing.
We could be shape shifters. We can make ourselves look like anybody we want. You never know.
Maybe one or two of us are chatbots.
Yeah.
All AI images.
Ava Campbell, nice to see you. I don't know if I recognize you from previous streams or not. But we like to have female photographers come on the show. Unfortunately, we never really seem to get very many.
Diane will be on.
And okay, your wife will come on. That'll be good.
Yeah, just let me know when you want her on. Then.
Oh, whenever she wants, she could pop on in. And like I said, hopefully
you're doing the photo review, right? Today.
No, the photo review is going to be on the 5th, the first Saturday of every month.
Okay.
So you sent your stuff to me early, which is fine. And actually, I'm just waiting for us to get a few more people in here before I start talking too much. I'd like to have like 25 or 30 people before I get into any serious talking. But not that it's not serious talking, but I do want to send our well wishes out to Chuck and his family once again. I hope Maribel shows up. My friend Bob from Bob Our Photos that I shoot with every week has just joined us. And we've been, I guess you could say we've been shooting more sporadically and not for very long periods of time due to the temperature extremes down here. It's just been pretty much unbearable. You get down to where we shoot 6 a.m. and by the time you hit 9 o'clock, you've had enough. You're soaking wet. Time to go home. It's not fun anymore. You're just not comfortable.
Wow, that's amazing.
I guess I'm getting an idea of what it would be like if I ever went to travel to the tropics. And I don't know I don't think I'd hold up too well if I went on a trip to the tropics. It's just
no. I think it sounds worse, Jeffrey. It's not like that here. No, it's worse where you are.
Very humid.
Yeah, I mean, the birds don't seem to mind too much, but the people kind of start wilting pretty quick. Mark Lynch, hello. And Well, Ava, I'm glad you've been listening for a while, and you're welcome. If you want to join the panel, just send me. I'll put up my email, and anyone that wants to come on the show is welcome to do so. And give me 1 second to change things here. I'm not as fast as my friend Chuck is. So there's my email. You can send me an email, and I can send you the link, and you can pop up on the panel here with the rest of us. And we're good folks. Nobody, everybody is polite and courteous, and I haven't gotten bit by anybody yet, so that's good news. And let's see. So let's see. I like this comment.
I got no sympathy either.
Yeah.
Until it reaches 110, 120, I don't complain.
Yeah, but you're in the 60s, you said, 60 degrees Fahrenheit, and I don't get the impression that you like that too much.
No, I don't.
And see, if I had 60 degrees right now, I'd be in heaven. I'd
even below that.
I'd be wearing shorts. I'd be out all day long. I would love it.
Good evening, Albert.
Hello, Albert.
Yep.
And Jeff and Leslie joined us here, and yeah, typical hazy, hot, humid with afternoon thunder showers. Yeah, I just had showers here within the last hour, and it was funny. I managed to have enough time this morning to weed whack the front yard and cut the grass in the front of the house, which was ridiculously high. And I got to attempt to do the backyard tomorrow, providing that the grass isn't soaking wet when I wake up or shortly after I wake up. So we'll see. But it's been a challenge just be able to keeping your lawn cut, because you just can't do it when feels like 103 or 108. You can't be out in it.
No, it's dangerous. Yeah, I have a suggestion.
Shoot.
For you guys, if you want to stay in a nice air-con environment for about 3 hours. I went to see Oppenheimer.
Yeah, I saw that today myself.
Oh, good.
Excellent.
It was pretty good. And what's cool about it is I know the grandson, Luke Oppenheimer. He came over to Malaysia a couple of times. He's really, really into photography.
Is it sad it's a real story, or?
No, it's the real deal.
Is it sad it's a real story about Oppenheimer, or is it more a film?
No.
I think it's the real deal.
Yeah, you should go see it. And the cinematography is incredible.
Unfortunately, I wanted to see it on an IMAX screen, and we don't have any IMAX theaters.
Oh, yeah. We saw it at IMAX. It was unbelievable. Yeah, well, the chair starts to rock. I mean, it moves like.
You thought you were ready to blast off and go to Mars.
That was the best $10 I've spent.
Joe Mansland, hello. Joe in here. Fel M, good to see you. Oh, he's got the Z8 now. Time to pay it off.
Well, Joe will have to guess where I am this time.
In your car.
Yeah, we assume that's David's car, and he didn't steal somebody else's. We're assuming it's his. Hey, I'm going to remind everybody. Let me add this information to the screen. Give me a second. Might as well.
Well, this is actually a half ton.
We are up to 24 people, so I will put this up. Now I've already the photo review.
Close, Joe.
I got Gustavo waiting in the wings, so I will bring Mr. Gustavo in here while I'm talking. And so I'm putting up the information about the photo review. It's going to be August 5th. Now, I say send one photo, but I've had multiple people send multiple photos. So here's how we're going to do it. Send me whatever you want. You want to send me 2 photos? You want to send me 10 photos? Send me as many photos as you want. But what I'll do, because lots of times in the past, when we had these photo reviews, we didn't necessarily get a lot of photos. And so send what you want. I mean, you don't have to send more than one. If you want to send 2 or 3 or whatever, then go right ahead. But if I end up getting too many, then what I will do is I will have to narrow down how many. You know, if somebody sends me 10 pictures, I might only pick 2 of them to put on the show, you know. But if I don't get a lot of stuff sent in, then by all means, I'll show, you know, what everybody sent to me. So start sending the stuff in early. I don't want to get hit where I'm on the computer till 3 a.m. going through photos the evening before. That's not any fun, because then I'm going to be falling asleep while I'm trying to show everybody the pictures on Saturday. So I'm going to send Gustavo, I'll let you say hi to everybody while I send a link to Joe from Joe Man's Land, and so that he can join us as well. And so what have you been up to, Gustavo? What's new?
Oh, his mic is dead.
Is your can you hear us? Or I know we can't hear you. You can hear us. Okay. We'll let you just do what I do. I usually just kick the computer like 3 times.
I do that.
You're
Kick me
rather
back.
muted, Gustavo.
Yeah, and when the computers start kicking you back, then you know AI is real.
I'm changing my name to AI so I get more work.
Yeah. Well, you know, when people start seeing us on the screen here, they're going to wonder, is it really us on the screen, or is it a reasonable facsimile thereof?
No one could be that ugly, could we?
It's not worth it.
Testing.
We hear you.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We hear you. You're. Is it live or is it Memorex? Remember that thing?
Memorex.
Exactly. This is not working today, so I don't know why.
Well, you know what it is. When you wear those headphones, you look too much like a pro, and we don't allow that on this show. You have to look like a regular Joe. You put the headphones on, I hit a button, and I make sure it doesn't work, so you have to take them off.
Why have I gone out?
Yes.
Oh,
No pro here.
And we got Sanjapal Singh is in here. Good morning. How are you? Nice to see you with us. We've got let's see, we got a comment from Mike. Nikon's doing a great job keeping up with demand for the Z8. Camera guy can usually get his hands on one within 2 to 3 days.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's they've done an amazing job with it. And you know what was interesting, and of course there's the, let's just say there's the Nikon hate establishment that exists out there that we're all aware of. And
Yeah,
watching
the new hate is from Petapixel.
Yeah, when I was watching Becky and Don, you know, somebody brought up the camera strap coming off the Z8, and she got a little bit ticked at that. She says, I'm not going down that road, because it really, you know, gets her upset, because she says basically, you know, a person had a problem, a person posts an image, and then that image gets posted 100 times or more, and everybody thinks like everybody has strap lugs coming off their cameras, and it's really one person.
Yeah,
Maybe
exactly.
Two at the most. But all the haters come out, and you have to say, oh, look at the quality isn't there, and this and that. You know what? I'm not even going to get into a discussion about how many problems that there have been with other brand cameras, because you know what? I don't care. I don't care. The bottom line is, any camera company that has had a problem with their camera, they fix it. They fix it. Whether it's hardware, yeah, you get inconvenienced. You might have to send the camera back. If it's a firmware fix, they turn it around as quick as they can. You get the firmware fix. And, you know, it's like each of my cars I have in my either in my garage or my driveway right now have like a an extension on the warranty on certain parts because of things that, let's just say, they were forced to do on an automobile that's causing other parts to wear out quicker. So now they're saying, well, we'll cover those parts for 10 years because, you know, my favorite peeve with automobiles, I hate the fact that the engine shuts off when I'm at a stoplight and then it's just wearing out my starter. So sure enough, my car company sends me a letter saying people have had problems with their starters failing, so we're going to cover your starter for 10 years. Well, that whole thing was a government mandate to try to save gas mileage by shutting off your car while you're at a stoplight. So good intentions, but you're causing a different kind of problem that very well is going to cost the consumers money, where they got to fix their car when they normally would not have had to fix their car. So just a pet peeve I have, you know.
Mine does the same thing.
Yeah, I think every American car does that now. That's new.
Wow. I find it annoying as well, Roy. I got a
Lexus and it does it, Gustav. You stop and it just shuts down.
Yeah, well, they sell them in the U.S., so they don't make them different just because you live in Malaysia.
I guess not.
You get to get punished just like the rest of us, John.
My car doesn't do that. It's 24 years old.
Now you explained it.
I spend the money on cameras instead.
And Joe,
you know what, Roy? I've had this brand new Lexus for 2.5 years. I've driven 2,895 kilometers on it.
Not much.
And
that's 3 kilometers a day.
Here we go, Joe Man's Land. How you doing, Joey?
Good, guys. How you doing?
Good to see you.
Good. Is my mic hot, or do you want me to turn it down a bit?
Maybe crank it down just a hair. Not much, just a little bit.
All right, cool. How's that?
That's good. Maribel is here. So, Maribel, thanks for joining us on the show. And
while you're at it, turn up Gustavo's mic a little bit.
Oh.
And Maribel, we send out our love to you and Chuck. We hope that he's doing well and moving forward here. And we're just happy to try to keep the crowd entertained and coming in here. And we think the world of Chuck, and we want to see him back as soon as possible because, like I said, he just looks so much better than I do, and people are going to get tired of me real fast.
No one can eat M&Ms like Chuck can.
And so she's telling everybody here that he's getting better every day. That's good. That's what we want to hear. Definitely what we want to hear. And
I got a new toy.
What's the toy?
Okay, well, we'll blow you up here on the screen. Let me get you on here big time here. What do you got?
It's Insta 360 Go 3.
Oh, fun.
The baby one.
Yeah, you can take the camera off.
Oh, that's cool. And does the screen flip up too?
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick.
Well, this thing is amazing.
Oh, that's awesome. You could like set the camera one place and then set it as a monitor.
Yeah, so you put the camera, it comes with a little magnet and you stick it on your shirt.
Okay.
Or you can stick it on your baseball cap. And then when you charge it, you just put it back inside the dock and then it's charging again.
Is a dashboard cam as well?
Well, you can use it for anything, Gustav. Anything. And the quality is 2.7K.
Wow.
And then the internal memory is 128 gigs, so there's plenty of room.
Okay.
And it's how much was it? About $400.
I feel like
It's
cameras
incredible.
are getting so small. It's like those little cell phones they used to make fun of in Austin Powers. It's so tiny. I love it.
Anyway, it's fun. Should get one.
New
Well,
toys.
that's you know, hey, that's good for B footage too. You know.
Yeah.
Hey, John, did you watch Oppenheimer that day in the IMAX or not?
Oh, well, it was amazing. Yes, I was in there. My wife and I, and the whole chair is shaking, and
Okay.
yeah, it was definitely must watch in IMAX. It's quite the experience.
The next question is: did you watch the Barbie movie as well or not?
Barbie was playing next door, and I don't think I can hang. I don't think I can hang with Barbieheimer in one day.
Exactly.
Barbenheimer.
But
Oh, you
I
know
want to
what?
see the Mission Impossible. That was playing in another hall.
I saw that last weekend. That's
Did
great.
you like it?
Oh, awesome! Absolutely awesome.
Okay.
I mean, crazy good. And well, I don't know if it's a 3-parter, but it says it's part 1, so I'm assuming there's only 2 parts. But they, sometimes when they have a 2-part movie, they end the first one in a really stupid spot. It doesn't make any sense, and you're like, why did you end it there? Well, they ended it at the perfect place to end it, and pick up, on the story when they come out with the second one. And think what you want of Tom Cruise personally or whatever, but I mean, the guy knows how to act, man, and he does stunts that no sane person should do.
He must be at least 60 years old, isn't he? He's probably our age.
I read where the probably the biggest stunt in the whole movie, or one of the biggest stunts in the whole movie, is that when they showed up on set to start the movie, he did that stunt the very first day and said, let's get this out of the way. I'm going to do it today.
Oh,
and he did like one of the craziest stunts on the very first day of shooting. I mean, how many people do that? I mean, that's like nuts. That's like nuts.
The Scientology inspires him.
He's an old man,
I'll tell you, it's he just knows how to do it.
Yeah, he does.
He's got one mode, just running everywhere. He's awesome. But I have to say, though, with the number of movies that he's made in that franchise, he's going to need a walker by the time they do the last one.
I mean, all his movies, Maverick and everything, I love.
They're just fun. All of his movies are fun, which is nice because I feel like some actors will try to pivot quite a bit out of kind of what they're known for. And sometimes it can work really well and other times it can't. But for him, I feel like he's always been like that really good like action star, and he's really stuck with it. And I think it's one of the reasons why people love him so much. It's just fun.
Hey Joe, can you do a Chuck a rant impersonation? Because Ava's saying that she misses his rants. Do you want to take a stab at doing a 20-second or 30-second rant? You got anything?
I mean, I've always got lots of things to complain about in me, Jeff. I live in Alberta. It's part of what we do.
Hey, we're gonna put you on the big screen here, and you go ahead, and we're putting you on the spot. Give us a 30-second rant.
Well, give me a subject. I need a subject. I mean,
okay, a subject. What gets you the most upset about tourists when you're trying to take a photo?
Well, oh man, that's hard. I think the thing that drives me nuts about tourists is I'm one of them too in that moment, right? Like I'm trying to get the exact same photo that a whole bunch of other people are doing. And it's just like, please, for the love of God, every time you point your camera in a direction and blink, there's like 10 people that weren't there beforehand. And also if you're using a real camera, like the minute you point your camera somewhere, all the tourists are like, oh, he's got a camera. He knows what he's doing. The thing that drives me nuts the most is when you're shooting a YouTube video and people will literally just come up to you while you're like monologuing and they'll be like, hey, can you take a photo of me? And you're like, dog, I'm mid-sentence here. Like, can you wait 5 minutes? No, I'm in a rush. Like I had a guy one time that came up to me. He's like, hey, are you busy? And I'm like, I'm doing a gear review. There's someone videoing me. Like, clearly this is not a good time. He's like, yeah, but you know, I was like, no, I don't know. Go away. Like, you wait 2 minutes, I'll take your photo when I'm done. And then they're like, oh, well, the photo you took with my phone's not that good. I'm like, well, sorry, it's a phone, okay? Like, I'm tired of people with cell phones trying to tell me that they're as good as professional cameras. They're just not. I mean, they're good because they're the camera in your pocket, but like, it's just not. Okay, there's my rant. I need some sugar to eat. Some
You need some
M&Ms or
sugar?
Smarties.
Okay. Well, I didn't bring any M&Ms with me that I can like drop down into all the screens here.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
Yeah, just like drop. You know, that would be pretty funny. Fell says people who complain about Nikon or the Z8. Yeah, well, there's no shortage of people that do that. Because you know,
Sharon Poland.
too many people only feel good when they can make other people feel miserable, because obviously they feel miserable and they only feel good if they can make other people miserable. And I think those people should all like go on a vacation somewhere and chill and realize that they're lucky to be on this planet, and thank the man upstairs that you're here, and try to do something good with your life other than complain, because a lot of us are getting tired of it.
Jeff, I feel like Jared Poland could be handed like a 4 megapixel 480p vlogging camera from Canon. He'd be like, oh, this is great, but the Z8 sucks. Like, seriously, like no matter what they give him, they could give him a rocket ship. He'd still be like, no, I don't like it. It's like, please, for the love of God, it's a great camera. Can we just have this one? We need this victory, people.
Well, people don't want the Nikon, anybody who shoots Nikon, to be happy. I mean, it's like if we're happy, then they're not happy. And I'll bring up something that I was going to talk about later on for all those that, if there are any out there that are saying, oh, it's really crummy that Nikon's still around, I would just say, well, as was reported on one of the other, probably on Nikon Rumors, if I remember right. Let me find my notes here, because I have a whole bunch of stuff written down. A company that's not doing well doesn't give their people raises twice in 9 months. Okay, so they gave sizable raises to their employees twice in 9 months. A company that's not doing well, people, doesn't do that. A company that's not doing well doesn't continually buy back their own stock. If you're buying back
That's always a good sign.
you're doing really, really, really well. So for all those who wanted Nikon to die, sorry to disappoint you. It ain't happening anytime soon. Period. And let's
Well,
see.
the typical Canadian attitude is being number 3 is great, you know, and you'd be number 1 or number 2, and you're really, really pushing the envelope, you know, to stay there. And it's hard. It's very hard to be at the top of the heap. It's a little bit easier to be a bit behind, but then again, in an awful lot of ways, Nikon is not behind. And what I find with the Z8 to 9 is people aren't like Jeff. Jeffrey reads the book. Nobody else does. And that's one of those cameras that you need lessons on. It's just like, would you buy a Lamborghini and not take lessons on how to drive it? I know an awful lot of guys that have got these performance cars, and this every year or so they're on a 3 or 4 day course, you know. But if you find that things aren't working right on your Nikon, just switch to professional mode. That's what it's there for, to take all the work out of it.
Well, you know, it's funny about people not reading directions or getting proper training. How many times does a famous person, and I'm just going to say famous person, or let's just say a wealthy person, okay? They have the money to go out and buy a Bugatti Veyron or whatever. And, you know, 2 days after they buy it, they survive a horrific accident because they lost control of the car and they hit a telephone pole or they hit a tree or whatever. Because 1, they don't read the manual. 2, they don't get the proper training to be able to handle a car with that much power. And at one time, I mean, it was really kind of neat. Chevrolet had like a test track. I forget where it was. They had a test track, and if you bought a Corvette for a reasonable fee, you could go and they would teach you the limits of the car. You could go on the track and take courses and really learn how to drive the car and how far you could go with it. And people that buy those cars that could go so fast your neck would snap trying to follow it going down your street need to be taking lessons on how to drive it, because they're all just going to end up in 6 feet under in the ground, because they think they know how to drive a car like that, and they have no clue. They have no clue.
People don't spend the time to learn their cameras before the new one comes out anyway.
No. And you know, I'm going to do a Chuck here, guys. I'm going to do a rant because my friend brings this up, and I'm going to put his comment up here. My friend Bob from Bob R Photos. He says, at least gators don't try to get in the boat with you like Crocs do. But he's talking about gators, and I'll tell you, him and I saw something when we went out last time shooting that totally, there were, I mean, Bob, myself, and 2 other friends that we see many a time shooting there that we're friends with. We've done boat trips with them and stuff for osprey shooting and things like that. And you have, as everybody knows who's watched my channel, you have the marsh side, you have the pond side. You got a road goes right between the two. That's why you now have a pond on one side instead of it being part of the marsh. But to make a long story short, the gators, they crossed the road. Okay, they crossed the road. So here's like a family. Once a week, we all probably run into a individual, at least one, that we would have a very strongly worded name that we might call them because of their lack of intelligence.
Ooh.
Well, let's put it this way. We had the pleasure of watching 7 or 8 people, 3 generations of stupid at the same time. Not one person, a whole crew.
Genetic.
The parents, the kids, and the grandkids. Gators walking across the road, and these people are crowding it. They are within 2 feet. They are within 2 feet of an alligator crossing the road. And they got so close to it that the gator laid down in the middle of the road because it felt boxed in, and eventually got up and walked the rest of the way across the road and went into the pond side. And not only were they dumb enough to do it once, they did it twice. When another gator went across, they did the same thing. They had their cell phones in their hand. They're like right in the gator's face almost. And we're just, as photographers, we were pretty far back. We had long glass. And we're watching this, and we're just looking at each other, and it's like, we're getting tired of being the ones to call out people who basically should have stayed home that day. Because unfortunately, the park staff, the rangers, are never out there where the public is to make sure that people don't get themselves killed. And you know, my friend says, "Oh, we should have said something." I go, no, because you know what? These people, when you say something, they get in your face, they get mad at you, they get confrontational, they want to get physical with you. And I said, no, we're gonna sit here, and when that 7-year-old kid has its legs in the gator's mouth and the gator is dragging it into the water, I'm gonna film it, and I'm gonna put it on the TV station, and I'm gonna say, this is what happens when you have people that are stupid.
You know,
Darwin Ward is a thing.
Here's my rant, Chuck. I hope you enjoyed it.
you know, Jeff, the best place to see those kind of people is Yellowstone National Park. They they have a special name for them. People call them Turons. right? So, I'm sorry. And yes, you see a lot of crazy stuff, correct? And indeed, you kind of convince them that that's the right. I mean, I had seen Incredible Sick in person because I frequently go once a year to the park in May before all the tourists come. But you cannot avoid it. I mean, it's kids trying to put children in top of a buffalo or having selfies with elk, babies. I mean, it's incredible. But the
It's
people,
it's like they're all doing like the late Steve Irwin. They're like, that right there, that's a deadly looking snake. I'm gonna give my kid get the
I got
photo.
this Yellowstone story. Me and we were having a holiday, vacation in Yellowstone. So I took my mother-in-law and Diana. So we're going down the road. There's a bunch of bison there. So this huge bison is sitting there eating away, right? And I see this girl with a iPad, right? And she's from China, and she's going up to this bison with this iPad, and wants to take a picture. And I said, "This is insane, I said, those bison, they'll just gore her apart. So then my wife has to tell her in Chinese, hey, get away. You're going to get killed. And she thought it was, this bison. She thought it was like a big poodle.
Big cow.
Well, they think they think nature is a petting zoo.
Yeah.
They think everything is so used to seeing people that they lose their instincts somehow, and that they're like a puppy dog or something that's going to come up to you and let you, scratch it between the horns or whatever, and it's like, next thing you know, you got the horn stuck somewhere where you don't want the horn stuck. You know what I mean?
You see, Jeff, there's two kinds of stupid. There's stupid, and then there's advanced stupid.
Yeah, well, and we need people for the Darwin Awards, folks. Like, I don't watch the Oscars. I watch the Darwins. I find it much more entertaining. And like, oh, this person did this. It's like that guy that wanted to see if the world was flat or not, and he took a weather blimp and got high enough in the atmosphere that he could see the world was curved, but he still believes the world is flat. Like, we need these people. The mouth breathers are a noble race that fill the streets.
Well, I don't know about you guys, because all the stuff that I learned on Disney, you're trying to tell me that is all BS and it's not true, so that I can't walk up to this bison or this bull or all of this other stuff. But the truth be known is, I think that Disney was probably he probably should get a Darwin Award himself for creating all of these. Or he has a special category for people with Darwin Awards, because he's been lining people up to do that, because I would never get close to a bison. Well, I've been out in the bison paddocks after dark when you couldn't see them, but I spent 90% of my time inside my truck, because I know what they could do to my truck, let alone me.
Well, when some people
But
say,
anyway,
well, why do you have such a
just
long
crazy.
lens?
What
People
you should
say,
do is
why do
give
you
these
have
guys
such a
hand
long
grenades
lens?
and say,
You could
there's a
say,
pin. Why don't you pull it and see what happens?
you have a long lens sometimes
Anyway.
for self-preservation, depending on what you're shooting. It's called being smart. Fill the frame from a distance, stay far enough away where you don't become a target and you don't disturb the natural behavior of the animals that you're trying to enjoy. And people seem to have no problem. Well, I think humans in general tend to think they could just kind of do whatever they want, and we don't answer to anybody, so we could just do whatever we want. And okay, go ahead, be that way, push those feelings at everybody, but eventually the animal doesn't care. The animal's going to take care of you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Then when you're in the hospital bed, you're going to have a different opinion.
If you make it to the hospital,
if you make it to the hospital, yeah.
What surprised me is actually how few incidents happen, because most typically even a grizzly or bison or elk. I think Jeff and Leslie were mentioning white-tailed deer in the rod. Give them a warning, right? They don't even want to go after them. They give them a warning, and sometimes they ignore them. Actually, I remember one time I was visiting one of the national parks in Arizona. They were talking about rattlesnake, and they in one of the lectures they would say, "What is the profile of the person that get bitten by a rattlesnake?" Say male with tattoos and age 18 to 25.
with
I
a
mean,
smartphone.
exactly, because they think they can, get the snake off the ground with a stick or something, and they get bitten. So it's a certain profile, and certainly on the national park, you see a lot of that behavior. Right? I mean,
There
I think
was
the animal that scares me the most is moose. They're
yeah.
so psychotic. Like they don't even move in logical ways. Like I one time just saw this female moose just running into a wall
Oh,
over and over, and it was like the wall had done nothing, but the moose is like, no, you shouldn't be here. So like, what does it do with people? Like it's that much worse. Like I got chased once. I was riding my bicycle, and
Oy.
I got stuck between a moose baby and the mom. And the
oh,
mom
the
chased me for
worst.
like a good and I wasn't even out in the country. Like I was
you
just
never
in
pedaled
Western
so fast
Calgary.
in your life, did you?
I did. I have never pedaled that fast. It was crazy. It chased me for like 2 kilometers, and I'm like, I don't even have a camera. Like at least if I had a camera, like it would have been good. But I was a kid when this happened. I was a teenager, and I was like, man,
That's why you
God, I
needed
hate
John's
school.
camera.
So you were probably on a video later in the day on somebody else's show and saying, you should see this guy pedal. Boy, he was moving so fast.
Some
Bullwinkle's after
dumbass
you,
kid
Joe.
got in the way of a moose and its baby. What's the deal? Like,
Is that Bullwinkle's wife, huh?
Yeah. But
I know,
yeah, we had someone in the park. I mean, you could talk stupid pet tricks, so we could call them stupid people tricks. But one day we're on the road and we're in another area of the park where gators will also go from one body of water to the next. They'll go across what used to be the main road going into the park, and now everybody just looks at it like it's a wide sidewalk, but it was actually the road to get in to the park many years ago. And so I'm at one end of the entry to this road, we'll call it, and I see a woman pretty far up, leaning over a bank, like she's looking at something really interested. She's like leaning. So I said, well, maybe I'll walk up there. Maybe she sees something really cool. I'll get a picture of it. So I get up there, and what she thought was really cool was either her boyfriend or fiance deciding to go into the swampy area, into the water to try to catch a poisonous snake. And no lie, I mean, the guy, comes out. He says, "Oh darn, I couldn't get it," and I'm just shaking my head. I kept my lip button shut. I start walking away, and they start following behind me. Then the person interacts with another tourist and says, "Have you seen any poisonous snakes around here?" And the tourist says, "Well, yeah, down at the end of the road. You go to the right. I saw a copperhead in there a little while ago." So right away he looks at his girlfriend. He says, "Well, I got to get down there as soon as I can. I want to see if I can catch that copperhead."
What?
So like I said, there's just seemed to be no shortage of people with the first name that starts with an S and ends in a D. I just don't understand it.
Yeah, we've got a lot of those sort of snakes here. Most Australian snakes are poisonous.
Exactly.
Yeah.
everything
That's
else
like-
can kill you.
What's the smallest snake in Australia that's poisonous? Do you know? I mean, how big?
I don't know, mate. I only stay away from the big ones.
Yeah.
I went up a hill one day and one overtook me going up the hill.
Yeah.
It was a surprise.
And they have it
Killing
not only in the
people.
land, they have it in the sea. Jeff, remember those sea snakes from Asia, correct?
Yeah.
Black and white.
Well,
Some of them
here
are
in
very
Malaysia,
more
we have pythons. You know what a python is?
Oh yeah.
Of course.
Oh yeah, they're big
Not
and
poisonous.
They got plenty
They're
of
not-
them. They got plenty of them in boas, and they might still have some python. I don't know if they have pythons in Florida. I know they got boas in
Well,
Florida.
the ones here are,
Python.
they get up to be about 10 to 12 meters. And every once in a while, there's this one guy, he went out of his village to go to the bathroom, and the python got him. And
no.
believe it or not, they constrict them, and they just bust every single bone in your body. And then when they swallow you whole, close the whole thing, zipper, close the whole ball of wax. And then finally it died because it choked. But they took a picture of it, and you can see the outline of the person inside the python.
The same thing happened in Florida too. There was a python that someone had released. Like, there's a lot of people have exotic pets in Florida. Someone had let this python go, and they got to be about 10, 12 meters long, and its stomach exploded trying to eat an alligator.
Oh yeah. I don't think they're indigenous to Florida. Are they pythons?
Nope.
No.
No, they are invasive in the Everglades. That's a big problem in the
people
Everglades.
release them.
Yeah, see? I mean,
Well,
it's a perfect environment for a python.
People got them as illegal pets or brought them over, and then they just have babies like crazy, and now they don't belong here, but they're here.
Well, I mean, they weigh up to about 300 pounds, Jeff.
No, and they are creating a havoc with even with alligators. They eat when the alligators small. They eat them. They eat all the birds. It's a big problem. I think they are there is people that partially make the living because they get paid by looking for these pythons and collecting them. And I think there is a small fee they get for each one that get collected. So it's a big problem.
Well, they're trying to put trackers on the females. They're trying to find out where the nests are, so they can destroy the eggs. And they are having some luck with that. But the problem is there's so many snakes now and so many eggs, they can't find them all, obviously. And I don't know if they'll ever be able to win the battle.
Speaking of bioinvasive species, I don't know if it's like this anymore, Roy, but I know for a long time there that cane beetles were a problem in Australia, and then they brought the cane toad over to deal with the cane beetles. Yeah, and the cane toads exploded. And there was this town, I think it was just south of Toowoomba. They had this annual contest to see who could kill the most cane toads in one night.
Still got it.
Oh, they still do? Yeah, because there was like a family of 4 that killed like 10,000 toads or something crazy. They had like a flamethrower.
Now?
Yeah. I killed one with a golf club when I visited, but that was about as adventurous as I got.
Hey, I'm going to let's see here. Let's pick a top. Let's throw out a topic here.
Horses are worse than most animals anyway. They kill more people than anything else.
Yeah, one quick kick to the head, you're done.
No, about 70 people die in Australia from horses each year. More than sharks and everything else, and snakes combined.
It's crazy.
Well, think of how many people die from poisonous spiders and stuff like that.
We've got them too.
Yeah, you've got everything that moves or crawls in Australia could kill you. It seems like
most of it gets out your way though, as long as you stomp along. Don't wear shorts.
Well, in the States, I think on average per year, about 80 to 100 people are crushed by vending machines. Yeah, there was actually this bit they used to do on the radio station here in Calgary. I think it was on Fan 960, and it was like the Florida Times. So they try to see something that happened in Florida like this time, like a year ago. And I think my 2 favorite ones, one was during one of the hurricanes, the police had to put out like a like a public safety bulletin because a bunch of people were shooting at the storm with their shotguns. So I liked that one. And then the other one was some guy got arrested for having sex with a chicken.
Okay, wait a minute. Bleep, bleep, bleep. I don't have the bleep button. Bleep.
Wrong sort of bird.
Wait a minute, Joey's fading away. What's going on here? Wait, he's gone. Where'd he go?
He's back again.
I'm being silenced. How
You're being
dare you?
silenced. You're being censored, baby. Everybody likes censorship. Let me
brother.
throw out a topic other than animals that want to kill us and stupid people that want to get killed by the animals that want to kill us.
Have sex with them.
Or I
That
suppose.
too. Didn't know that was even an option.
I don't want to be there for that.
No.
Now, with only
At least he's
two lenses left on the Nikon roadmap, both expected this year, the 35 1.2 S lens and the 135 1.8 S lens. Here's the question. I have my opinion, but I'll let you guys talk first. Will Nikon ever make 1.4 lenses again for the Z mount?
No.
No,
Yeah.
No
I
point.
hope.
no.
1.8 for general and 1.2 for the people that really want it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
agree. I think they delegated the 1.4 to third party
Yeah.
companies.
Not much difference anyway.
What I
No
like
big
to see
deal.
is a 300 f4, like the old F mount.
That was a good
300
lens.
f4.
I've got one still.
Oh,
Actually,
I
I've got
tell
two.
you, I regret selling it. I regret it.
Mm. Bit
Well,
heavy
What
for
are
the
they going
size.
for?
How much
Secondhand.
does one of those go for now?
Probably
Used.
Secondhand.
$300.
Anybody
Probably
know?
$300-$400.
Pretty
Oh,
good.
more than that. I bet you it's going for at least 1,000.
Mm. It was one of their better lenses. All the 300s from Nikon have
Yeah.
been good though.
You know, it's really small, right? You
Yeah,
can fit it in
small
your
but
bag.
heavy.
Let's
Anybody
see.
have a 4.5 400? I was considering. Jeff,
Hey
you got
guys,
one?
I gotta run. Sorry, I just got a message here. I got to drop, but nice seeing y'all.
Well, thanks for
All right.
coming on, Joe.
All right, Joe.
We
Thanks for
appreciate
having me.
it.
Thanks,
300.
Jim,
Hey,
for
Joe.
doing this. It's
You
nice
have a
to
good
see
one.
everyone. Miss you,
No,
Chuck.
I
the,
just went to
the PF, Roy, the PF.
Oh no, this is the F4.
yeah,
And
the
that's
300
the 400.
F4 on KEH. Let's see what condition it's in. They're
Hey,
selling
Roy, how much
a,
was a 4.5?
EX Plus 300 millimeter F4D lens, $476.
That's the 4.5.
476.
PF because the old one's more cheaper.
Oh, that's cheap.
476.
That's cheap.
Mm.
Oh, man.
So run out and get it. It's right there. I'm looking at it. EX Plus with case and caps, $475.97.
Oh,
Mm.
man.
AFS Nikkor 300 millimeter F4D ED autofocus IF lens.
That's
Yeah,
the
that's a
PF, right? The real small light one?
That's not the PF.
Not the PF.
No, how much is a PF?
PF's a bit dearer.
Is it?
Probably 50% dearer. I haven't got that one.
Let's
I
see.
regret it.
The PF lens in like new condition is $1,112.
See, I knew it. So
I'd rather get the AFS one.
So you might as well get a 4.5, right, Roy?
Yeah, I've got the 4.5 and I love it. It's lighter than the 300. These are two of them for comparison. The
I heard it's sharp, super sharp, right?
The 4.5 is lovely. I've got a 400 2.8 and it's big and
You got
heavy
one, Jeff?
and lumpy.
I would cover, be honest with you, I'd cover the 300 millimeter range with a zoom, and I would get a longer lens if you really need something longer. I would try to cover the 300 with a zoom lens, you know.
Yeah, I got the 100
1
400.
to 4. 1 to 4.
Yeah.
I had to play with the 180 to 600 and that's a very impressive lens.
Which one?
The 180 to 600. The new one
The
that's
new one.
coming out.
You ordered it, right?
Yeah, I've ordered it too.
Yeah,
Two.
Brandel is with us. Hello, sir. And here's his commentary. Buy the Sony FE lens, get the Megadap adapter. Yeah, they just came out with they either came out or are coming out with a new version of the Megadap adapter. I don't know how much it's going to cost. But
So, Roy, you say that you try the 180 to 600, or you hold it, or
The 180 to 600. Yeah, I got to play with it, but it's a
fantastic.
very nice lens. Looks very
Okay.
well made.
Okay.
I didn't get long enough to play with it long enough, but it was enough to make me want to order it.
Okay.
the only thing with that lens that I don't understand, because they're and people's as they say, your results may vary. You have different. You can have I remember the old days, maybe even not so much the old days. People would say, I had to get 5 of those lenses before I got a good copy. I mean, how many times have you heard that? I had to get 4 of these to get a good copy.
That used to be the case back until the 80s when they started computer controlling production, because there used to be a lot more variation before that in quality.
But the only thing they did with that, because someone did a review on the comparison, with the Sony 2 to 6, they said the Sony was marginally sharper. And I think one of the reasons it might be marginally sharper, not that it's not changing my buying decision. I got one on order, but is because I don't know why Nikon didn't put the nano coat on the lens. They only put the fluoride coat on the lens, where Sony has a nano coat and a fluoride coat. And I think having that extra coating is giving them that little bit of an edge on the image quality. And I would have rather spent another $100 for the lens and had the nano coating. I mean, I really don't know why they didn't do that. I don't know why they just did one coating on the lens. I mean, that's granted, it's not an S series lens, but S series lenses have more than, they probably got at least 3 coatings on them, if not 4.
Coatings are very expensive.
And again, people don't put the lens hood on, which negates it all anyway.
Jeff, coatings are really, really expensive process. So in order to keep that price point, they probably had to eliminate it.
Right, but you are competing with those guys, so why give them a leg up anywhere?
Yeah.
You could have still probably priced it a couple $100 less than them and put the nano coat on the lens too. But I don't know, just my opinion for what it's worth.
I don't think nano coats make that big a difference.
But so let me see what else we got. So we all agree that 1.4s are probably dead and buried when it comes to the Nikon brand. Now they have not come out with another roadmap for lenses. So I guess let's just think for a moment. I mean, there obviously are some gaps in the DX lineup, and I don't know if Nikon is giving up on doing very many DX lenses and just letting the third party
that'd be a good idea.
Take that over, because there are a lot of third party DX lenses right now. I mean, and a few more that are coming out that are autofocus lenses and not all manual focus lenses, which most of them have been. But where do you think there's remaining gaps? If you had to pick 4 lenses, not the 2 that aren't out yet, but will probably come out this year. If you had to pick 4 lenses you'd like to see come out on a new roadmap, what would they be? What would
300 2.8.
Tilt
For
shift.
sure.
Product photographers.
Got to have a 300 2.8.
I mean, I'd like to see a wider prime. A wide prime. Like a 14, a 16, something. With a very low aperture.
They never made a 200G macro either. That's overdue.
Well, speaking of 200G macros, that was another thing I was going to jump to. Is Gray's on one of their streams talked about a lens called a Zongu Optics coming out with a full frame APO 200 millimeter f4 macro, 1x for the Z mount, manual focus, nine diaphragm blades, 11 elements and 7 groups, 3 ED glass, 3 ultra high index glass, 1 extra high transmission lens. No info on the coatings for under $500.
Yeah, I saw that. I'd like
So
to play with it.
I wonder how you guys feel about this, but for me, whenever I see, and we'll talk about some other lenses that I got information on that, from other sites or whatever, and I'll acknowledge who those sites are. But my opinion on third-party glass versus say Nikon glass. If Nikon comes out with, like even coming out, like I said, with the 180 to 600, okay, you get some preliminary specs that go out. You haven't had any official reviews yet, but I feel confident enough in the Nikon brand where I'm willing to toss my hat in the ring and say I'm going to get on a pre-order list ahead of time. I don't need to wait for the official review for that lens. I feel confident that it's going to meet or exceed what I would personally, expect them to do. Now, when it comes to third-party glass, I take the opposite approach. That 200 f4 macro I just talked about. I'm intrigued by that. $500. Okay, I'm intrigued. But if that was taking pre-orders right now, I would not pre-order that lens. That a third-party lens, I would always wait till I see the official reviews come out on it, because there's just too many times where if they're not in bed with Nikon, like Tamron is somewhat, they're sleeping on the side of the bed right now with Nikon. So they're getting some of the secret sauce. They're getting some of the information to make sure that those lenses that they're making, they're going to work really good. But a lot of these other guys, it's all reverse engineering, doing the best job they can, trying to figure out, how can we make our lens, work pretty good. And I'd rather wait for an official review. I don't know what you guys feel the same way.
Yeah, I can trust stuff from Nikon because they've always had good lenses. Their very worst lenses some are better than a lot of the third party.
Yeah, and Jeff, I think as cameras become more computerized, if you want to say it that way, okay, and they're more integrated with the camera system, with the lens. I'm always afraid, like you were saying, that there will be, even if they are optically very good, that there will be some stuff that doesn't get done in the software side on a third party one. Because I mean, optical design keep improving, but that all G lenses, D lenses, they were optically very good. Okay, it's just that they don't have sometimes the right software models to make them perform. And I have the same concern about the third-party lenses, but that one that you were mentioning, the 200 macro, that was the one that Mossman mentioned last week. It's an interesting one. I think Nikon should come with a 200 macro. I agree. I think
bug shooters.
Yeah. Jeff,
Roy, do you have one 200 macro? The old
I
one?
have. I've got the old one. I've got the old Nikon one.
You have it behind you?
Yes, I do. Do you want to see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Roy. And we'll put you on the big. We'll put you on the big screen so you can show everybody.
My God.
I'll say good night to Bob from Bob R Photos. If you guys have not checked out his channel yet, okay, he is a fellow YouTube contributor. We shoot together all the time.
The AFD one's out on loan, but that's the older one still.
Check them out. Let me pull it. Let me get you on the big screen.
You're bad.
There we
That's the
go.
older one still.
Oh my
That's the
God.
old AIS one. And this is the 180 to 200 zoom macro.
Really? It's just 180 to 200? That's it?
Yeah.
Wow.
You don't get zoom macros very often.
That's kind of weird to just have a 20 millimeter range.
Hey, so Roy,
Sorry, it's 80 to
the
200.
200.
80 to 200. I'm like 180 to
180.
200. Okay.
70 to 180.
The
We've got the other
200
one
is
on my mind.
what year? What year is that?
Oh, I'm not
You
sure.
think
Probably 70s.
about
80s,
2000?
probably 80s.
It is very heavy, isn't it?
Oh, they all are at that age. I'll have a look.
It's legendary.
All the macros from
Legendary.
Nikon have always been pretty good, though. Where are we? Oh, I don't know the year.
What else
I'm
can
not
we
keep
see,
notes on
Roy?
these things.
Well, Roy could entertain us all night with just keep turning around. He'd be dizzy though, guys. He'd pass out. We'd have to call. We'd have to find out how we get a hold of the ambulance to come to Chuck's house and resuscitate him from spinning around getting lenses all night long.
Okay,
Yeah.
Roy,
I 200
let me
AFP must be out on loan somewhere.
do you have a 58 1.2 knock?
No. I got the 50, yeah, I've got the old one. What is it? I don't know if it's 50 or 58 knocked. The old AIS version. I've got a whole pile of those 50 AISs.
Yeah, the 58 1.2 knock. That's the one that's going for like $10,000-$12,000.
Yeah, that's right. I got one of them somewhere.
Did you see that one Nikon lens that went for $146,000 the other day?
Well, there was some ridiculous amount. They wouldn't even say how much it was that Gray was talking about, and I think I brought it up on the last stream where somebody used Nikon glass and a Nikon, obviously a Nikon body, to take a lot of the album covers for Jimi Hendrix, and they auctioned off
One of
that
them's a
camera
knocked.
and the lenses, and it was like astronomical price. They would not. They didn't say how much it was, but I'm sure it was ridiculously high.
Oh, there it is.
It
Yeah,
was a
Mossman has a 6mm fisheye,
That's it.
$146,000.
Only made 120 of them.
Yeah, that was it.
Gray's had one, but they lent it out to someone. The front element got scratched.
Oh,
Ooh.
Painful.
Well, I remember when they
accident.
put that on a body and you could see the scratch on it, but I guess it didn't seem to affect the image, but I don't know. They didn't exactly show a print though. They claimed it would not affect the image quality, but
it would. On the
it
fisheye, they focus from nothing to infinity.
You know, so.
There will be always a ray of sun that will hit the little crack.
Yeah, hits that cut, reflects the light in a bad way, and all of a sudden you've got something that doesn't look good. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's a killer.
That's...
Supposedly, the turnaround time for the Z8 repairs, if you needed to bring it in for the lens mating issue, which is a few people have had right now, I guess in the United States, it's 7 to 14 days if you have to mail it in, which is not horrible by any means.
I'll wait till
I guess if it's your only body, then it's horrible. But I mean, hopefully you have more than one.
Well, going back to that 6mm, I think that's the one. I think it was Becky who had played with that. Mentioned that with a lens, somebody's behind you, and you're taking a photo. You can that person is in the field of view of that one. That would be amazing. But yeah.
Well, how do you shoot with that and not always have your feet in the picture?
Exactly. Very carefully.
You know.
You stand back.
It's like everybody knows what shoes you wear every time you take an image.
But
you're wearing your loafers again. Hey, that's cool. You're wearing the Nikes today. Oh, that's all right.
David is not here, or he's trying to get a better signal. But yeah, I know that some of those kind of 6 millimeter, 10 millimeter. Those are sometimes very specialized lens for astronomical purposes. Correct? That when they are monitoring the aurora borealis, they put those, lenses with
That's what they
camera
were
and
designed
sensors
for originally by
up
Nikon.
so that they can see what's going on in the sky over a large field of view.
Yeah, they came
You
with
see, Jeff,
charts.
the worry is when you can't see your shoes.
Yeah.
You're flying.
If you knew how big my feet were, you'd say, "Oh, this guy's got clown shoes on. This guy's wearing clown shoes."
So, you were saying that they were designed for that purpose?
Yeah, they were. They used to for the Antarctic. You used to chart the clouds going across the sky to tell how quickly they were moving. You had all these
Oh.
charts with them.
Let's see what we got here. Oh, another thing. Now, here I am jumbling my words already. It's not even late yet. It's still early. I don't quite understand why Grays and Nikon rumors basically bring up that person called How to Fly, who is trying to be a rumor site himself or whatever. And they'll both Nikon rumors and Grays will say that individual doesn't have a great track record in terms of predictions, but then they give the guy notoriety and they talk about him because now he's claiming that Tamron's ready to introduce a 35 to 150 f2 to 2.8 lens for Nikon. They have a Sony version that's $1,900. But I just don't quite get it. I guess, yeah, you're reporting the news. So anything you hear, you want to bring up, and here I am bringing it up, which, shame on me. I'm kind of contradicting myself, but I just I don't know. To me, I mean, I'm not going to mention this party again, but if this party doesn't have a good track record, and I know Simon has called this person out before, and Nikon rumors calls this guy out all the time.
Oh,
Why even talk about the person anymore? Why not just let him predict what he's going to predict, and if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You don't really need to comment on it,
Well, who is this fella? He just simply says anything?
Well, I mean, he's trying to
Stir the pot.
well, there's nothing wrong with what he's trying to do. He's trying to be another source of information, rumors.
Well, I mean, if you take the rumors from camera rumors and then regurgitate it, come on, you're just doing it for your own self interest.
Well, I think he's trying to come across that he has his own sources and he knows something that the other guys don't know, and many of his predictions, like he was like totally wrong, like when the Z9 was going to come out, and then he would change the date, and then he'd miss it again, and he'd change the date, that kind of thing.
Like Kentucky Ken.
Yeah, it's
He used to do that.
I mean, I will, as you see, as I'm reading these things, I'm telling you where I got the information from. Okay. I don't have sources. I mean, who am I? I'm just an average Joe. I don't have any plants. I don't have any physical people in the Nikon factory or the Sony factory or the Fuji factory. I mean, and Chuck's the same way. I mean, doing, you look at what's being talked about, and in case not everybody scours all these different sites and makes note of these things. So if I see something that looks interesting, and I'll say, okay, so and so reported on this, and it becomes a topic for a few minutes.
Those companies are highly secretive, believe me.
Well, if there are leaks, some companies will leak.
On purpose.
They'll say they're not, but they'll leak out stuff to certain people, dribs and drabs, to try to get people excited about something. But they won't put out too much at one time. It's just going to be like one little thing, another little thing,
I think, for instance, on the Canon side, those are one rumors. It's just to keep the community engaged. Correct. I think those are
Yeah.
leaks, whether they are
Jesus.
truthful or not. They are. I think they're orchestrated. Correct.
Mm.
Yeah.
Now,
You're right.
they are the people. The problem is that sometimes, and that's what you're saying. Yeah, there are people that are making wishes. Some
Yeah.
people that are making speculations and having fun by people following their speculation, and there are these official leaks, correct? And there is unofficial leaks when somebody in a factory somewhere in Thailand or see something and then he mentions, "Hey, there is a new camera in production." Those are real leaks, correct?
Yeah,
You
it's
can get leaks from Nikon all the time.
I mean, the problem with whether it be social media and YouTube is a form of social media. I mean, I kind of look at it a little differently because it tends to have more in-depth content. You know, I mean, a lot of people are doing storytelling and things like that. You know, um, with their channels or whatever, or getting into how to's and how to do this, how to do that, educational information, and that's all great stuff. I mean, I be honest with you, until I accidentally went into YouTube and I don't know, I put a query into the internet, wanting to have some information about something. I don't even think it had anything to do with cameras, and a YouTube video popped up, and I had never even gone on YouTube ever. Been out for years and years and years, never heard of it, never went on it. So I'm like, oh, thing pops up, YouTube, watch it. I go, wow, that was pretty informative. That was pretty neat. So then I start poking around and run into the photo centric stuff, and next thing you know, I'm part of the problem now. but it's I mean, I think it's you can, if you have a well, if someone has like a regular time slot or whatever, like Chuck has his time slot, and I'm borrowing it right now to just keep things going with the crowd, then you have the ability to share the vision of what you do, bringing other people to share the vision of what they do, bringing people like Roy and like Gustavo, you and I are, we're just we're adamant serious amateur photographers. John and Roy are professional photographers in their own genre.
Not anymore.
Well, you don't become a non-pro just because you semi-retire. You're still a pro.
I'm semi.
You've paid your dues. You earned a living doing it. You're a pro. But that's what I like is like, what Chuck did. You bring in people in that are all at different layers of the photographic community. From entry level to someone that earned a living doing it, and the few that are able to make a living doing it, I tip my hat off to them. I don't have a hat on right now, but I could grab one, because it is such a hard business to make a living at, and the competition is fierce. And so I tip my hat off to everyone that has been kind enough to come on the few shows I've done here, and have been kind enough to go on Chuck's show over the years, because hey, I'm sure you have better things to do, and you're willing to share your knowledge with us schmucks, and I think that's fantastic.
I'm sure, Jeff, that happened to you, and you share your photo with your colleague when you were still working, and they say, "Oh, you should be a professional photographer." No, I'm a lot better at the job that I do, and there is a lot less competition in the job that I do. I'm better continue being what I was doing before, correct?
Well, I'm smart enough to know that
Exactly.
that unfortunately the genre that I have chosen does not lend itself to any big money making opportunities for the majority of people that shoot what we do. I mean,
Exactly.
the market is flooded. Number one, And then once stock photos came out and magazines just started paying 29 cents for somebody's image to put in a magazine or whatever, that kind of ruined it for anyone who thought they might be able to make it. I mean, it's not impossible, but if somehow you become a renowned, like, well, obviously wedding photographers, you fit a niche. There's always a demand for a wedding photographer. The only question is how many people are wedding photographers in the area in which you live. How much competition is there? But there's always a need for wedding photographers. Whereas some genres, fashion photographers can do really well. People that shoot fashion, people that are known for doing phenomenal portrait photography of celebrities and people in the news. And then what John did, the
shooting dead guys
of photojournalists that find the bodies and share it with the rest of us. And and then Roy doing product photography. Okay, that's a niche type of thing.
Not really, not anymore. AI is going to kill that.
But it's predominantly, like when Chuck would say all the time, and would kind of like say it like he's talking to Nikon, and he'd say, Nikon, you're not surviving because of the pros. Your bread and butter, your source of income is coming from people like us.
Rich enthusiasts.
The enthusiasts, because as Chuck would say, and it's true, the enthusiasts don't sit there and do a spreadsheet and calculate, is it worth me spending the money on another body? What is it going to do for me? Is it going to allow me to get do the images quicker and better and make enough of a difference where it's worth me investing into that camera? How long does it take for me to pay off that camera that I'm just going to buy and add to my inventory? Whereas an amateur.
Can I make a comment on that, Jeff?
Yeah.
Okay. As far as these camera companies, and of course they want to do sales and et cetera, like you mentioned, but I think it's important that, like Nikon, for example, has a legacy, 100-and-some-year-old legacy, in which it's proven itself time after time in different conflicts and different sports, et cetera, and having them produce exceptional equipment and gear for professionals, non-professionals, but the professionals depended on it for their livelihood and created a legacy. Therefore, thus, when they produce cameras for the general public, it gives us confidence and it inspires us to be like those people that we have seen in the Vietnam War who use Nikon or Korea or whatever, that use this equipment, right? And then you feel good. Or Nat Geo, like who's the like what's his name, Steve McQueen, not McQueen, but Steve McCurry. Steve McCurry and Nick Nichols, wildlife photographers, using F90s and whatnot. But and then you look at the other newer companies like Sony and even Olympus and Canon. They're kind of late to the game, and I just don't, especially Sony. So I made a joke the other day. It says I'm looking for a vintage Sony that was used in the Vietnam War, right? Well, I was being joking about it because obviously there wasn't such a thing.
Yeah. Well, so the problem is, John, I don't disagree with you at all, but the problem is the generation right now is the PlayStation generation.
Yeah.
They don't even remember or necessarily even know anything about the Vietnam War.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
The problem.
And well, you got to sell these, you got to sell the widgets, right?
Yeah.
And Sony, when it comes to marketing, hey, let's be honest here, you know, they'll throw the whole Fort Knox at it.
Oh yeah. Well, the thing is, worst come to worst. I mean, you could say, well, you know, Sony has their photo group. You know, here's their financials. They got their TV and stereo audiophile stuff. That's another division or whatever. But the bottom line is that they got their hands in so many different areas. If one area is like raking in the bucks like crazy, and another area is hurting a little bit, they'll pull the money from one account and shift it to another.
Yeah, I mean they'll pay Paul, they'll rob Paul to pay Peter. Sure. I mean, for example, like a PS5, right? I bought this PS5, and I thought you just buy the Blu-ray disc and throw it in and have a good time. And then guess what they do? Oh, you have to, you buy the game for $68, which is a lot of money, and then they tell you, oh, buy this this gun that shoots more and you can get more accuracy. That's $10, right? I said, wait a second. I can't even shoot this one, and then you want me to shoot that one. Now you're dogging me along, right?
Oh, and then they want you to sign up for their online service.
Yeah, for their online,
so that you could get extra packs or something.
Yeah, extra packs and
game
life and all this
tips
junk,
and
right?
tricks, and how you can actually get past stage 1 without playing it for a month.
So it's not like it was when you just simply throw in the CD and have a good time. So I think that same game plan is going to their imaging department.
Yeah.
You know, hence so many models every 6 months.
But
and by the way, not giving updates on their firmware.
Yeah, I mean they're you know they have, you know, they're a company that has name recognition for the whole different set of products. And so when they came out with a new product, and hey, they weren't stupid, you know, they absorbed some phenomenal engineers from Minolta. Yeah. Okay, they had Minolta. I loved my Minolta cameras in the day. I didn't have money to buy Nikons. I bought Minolta. I bought Fujis. You know, I bought Olympus. You know, I bought stuff like that. I never had the money when I was, you know, in my mid-teens to even into my late 20s. I didn't have money.
Nikon was the most expensive back then.
Because they didn't have any cheap cameras, right, Roy?
Yeah.
Back when I was a teenage, not even a teenager, a teenager in 1973, 74, you look in the back of Popular Photography, and everything Nikon had was big money. Even their knicker mat wasn't cheap.
But and that, going back to the argument that Jeff was making, that is the reason where all these influencers, every time there is a new lens from company A or B, they ended comparing it with Nikon. It's because Nikon, as John was saying, there is a tradition that comes with it with Nikon. When I started in the 80s, I bought my first camera, the F3 HP. I mean, you can see that was it was well built, correct? So for me, the attraction to Nikon has been obviously the quality of glass, but also the fact that, as you made testimony of that, John, is that you can take it wherever. You don't have to be. I mean, you have to take care of your camera, but it's going to take the abuse of going to the elements or a little bit of rain or mud, and you clean it. I mean, that it's like with this recall. I'm going to wait for this recall for a long time. When my sensor in the CA get dirty and I don't want to clean it, I'm going to send it. Right? So that they do whatever. I went to wait for all the recalls to happen at one time, and my camera needs some sort of maintenance. Right? And then I send it to them. But provided working.
How many of you guys think that DSLRs will make a comeback?
No.
I think they're still kicking on, mostly amongst wildlife shooters. Wildlife shooters, the DSLR suits them better.
Until they try a new camera.
It's
the
gone.
mirrorless.
Well, for many, you adapt to what a camera can do. You know what I'm saying? You shoot with something long enough, even if you can argue that the next one is so much better. Someone who really tries to learn the camera really well knows what shortcuts or what things they could get away with to make something better, and they things to them are now automatic. Okay, they know just what to do with that piece of gear to get the result they want. So they're not necessarily like driven to just go spend the money if they're getting a good result. And if they're not doing video, and that's the key thing, and that's what some people argue, say, well, when are they going to come out with just a camera, not something with video? Is some people don't care about video. So if you got a D850, and I've had several of them, I'm sure Roy's had several of them, and John as well, and Gustavo, I'm sure you had one or two as well. That camera can take a phenomenal picture today, just like it did 3-4 years ago. It didn't all of a sudden turn into a bad camera. So people have to have a compelling reason to want to jump the ship, and a lot of them now, a fair amount of them have, and they bought Z8s.
Yeah, but did you take it to the field? And so if you're in the morning going out for a shooting, did you take your C9 or you take the D300 or D800? You take your C9, correct? That's what I think. The DSLRs are not going to come back. They're going to be collective items, like we collect sometimes film cameras, and they will be there. But are you going to do the shooting you want to do that day on a D300? Or I mean, you I don't think so.
No, I think if you're either going to be in two camps, you're either going to be someone that could be strictly financial. You just don't have the money to switch over. Okay, and I understand that completely, because for first 20 years of my photography, I didn't have the money to buy typically more than 2 lenses for a camera body, and I was tapped out. But you're either going to hang on to what you have because it's all you need, but once you do decide to cross over that bridge and go on the mirrorless side, if you're going to find out, and I'm in that situation right now, and I'm just being very, very patient. If I was going to go, if someone said to me, Jeff, there's this fantastic opportunity for you to go to Alaska to take pictures of the bears eating the salmon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got my D850, I got my Z9. I'm going to want to get another Z9 or a D8, and that D850 is going to stay home.
Exactly.
But because I don't have that opportunity, and I'm not doing that kind of trip right now, I'm not urgently in need of that second mirrorless body. But in the end, I am going to want 2 mirrorless bodies, and I think that's what happens with a lot of people. You get that once you get that one mirrorless body, you see all the advantages of being able to see your changes and see the effect of your changes of your settings right in the viewfinder. Cuts down a lot on your post-processing work that you're going to do. You're not looking at your screen on the back of your camera to see if the image came out good, and if you got to adjust your exposure compensation and take another shot or whatever. You know right then and there whether you're going to be within probably a half a stop either way, and you're good to go. And you can't say that with a DSLR.
Well,
so
the reason
eventually once you switch, you're going to have one for a while. You're going to be aching if you go on a serious trip that you're going to want to get a second one.
I the reason why I bring this up is because like Mozman said, the hipsters, right? Now, when I was in Hong Kong, there was this huge rush, and it was even in the news, of young teenagers in Hong Kong and China scammering to buy 12 and 15-year-old point and shoots with CCDs sensors.
I don't understand that.
Huh?
I don't understand.
They don't even know what a CCD is, but there was a huge And I went to this place where they sell the secondhand beat up old point and shoots, you know, like Casio XMs and Cool Picks and all this whatnot. And they're buying them up crazy, like $200-300 each, all beat up. And the kids they say, oh, we like this, the look of the CCD. I don't even know they
Fab,
know what it means.
fabs. I mean, teenagers.
Charge coupled device. That's what
Well,
CCD means.
you ask a 18-year-old, I don't think she's gonna know,
No.
right? But they had
No.
to have. I'm telling you, Gustav, there was like there must have been.
No, I don't
60
disagree.
pieces.
I don't disagree. I mean, that's what teenagers are, correct? They get a fab or somebody tell them
Exactly.
something.
So
They're
here's what I'm
horrible.
thinking. So I'm thinking that some in time, these
Oh.
DSLRs, which there's millions and millions of correct out there, and millions of lenses, the price will come down, and somebody's going to say, "Oh, these DSLRs are the hot Maserati," because of the color of those old CMOS sensors are just it's
CCD.
so exquisite. Yeah, it's just like the film and the film today. But it's a lot
CCD uses more power, but it does have a nicer look to it.
you see. So some hipster, it starts getting contagious and it start looking. Oh yeah. Got to have a D90 or the old D200. Oh my God, the pictures, the APS-C size is awesome. All of a sudden, you get this huge rush buying this stuff.
I understand.
guarantee it.
I as a fashion accessory, for sure, there will
For
be
sure.
people, for sure. But I'm going to sound like an old man here, and I ain't an
Well,
old man.
welcome to the club.
Explain for
Well,
exactly.
do
Explain
you
to
want
me.
us to you want us to comment on that statement, or we'll let it ride?
Well, I'm going to let you comment when I finish. For instance, explain the fascination of having holes in your blue jeans. I cannot understand that. Correct? I mean, having your purposely rip off your clothing because it's a fashion, that doesn't make sense. Correct?
No.
Exactly. So
And you actually pay
Fashion.
more for it to have less material.
Yeah.
I think we all here.
I used to say, hey, you know what? I'll get out my chainsaw and I'll put some tears in the jeans for you. You give me I'll get a pair of $20 jeans and get out a chainsaw and some nails and a hammer and a claw hammer or whatever. And then I'll turn around, I'll sell it to you for $20 less than the store selling it.
I think we're starting to sound old.
Gustav, you go buy these women, they'll go buy a Louis Vuitton bag.
Mhm.
You can barely fit a wallet and a hand phone in it. And it costs like $15,000 to $20,000.
Exactly.
And there's no way you're going to put $20,000 worth of cash in your handbag, right? So where the handbag is worth more than the content inside, but they queue up.
Yeah.
Right?
Let me tell you something to Zach. It's not that Ensure started to smell like here. I think it's being wise. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, we were teenagers. We know fashion, right? People. I mean, it's fashion. It's not based on.
Well, and then when you get older, you don't care about fashion anymore, man. You want to wear jeans and t-shirts like you did when you were a kid. I mean, that's how I am. If you ever see me in a monkey suit, no, never. It just doesn't happen.
But anyway, but I think going back to our photographic topic, of course, there will be people that keep shooting the DSLR. Going back to our friend Chuck, correct? That's why he makes so much fun about film, correct? I say, hey, I did that. I don't want to do it anymore, correct? And that's the point that he was making. Not that film is intrinsically wrong, or we couldn't get good photos with film or with DSLR. It's just that it is easier now, correct?
Well, yeah.
Well,
and realistically, if you do a small print, if between paying for the processing and getting a small print, you're going to be paying $2 or $3 a shot
And waiting for it.
and obviously you could take thousands of pictures with your mirrorless camera or your DSLR and pick and choose what you want to make a print of, but when you shoot with a film camera, maybe you only got one shot on there that's any good, but you know what, you got to pay for all of them to get that one shot. You just can't throw away a whole bunch and say, I'm only paying for that one shot. No, you're paying for all 36, whether they're good or not. You're paying for 36.
But that's the beauty of it, right, Jeff? I mean, like, look behind you. You got all those beautiful mechanical analog film cameras, and there's something, the feel and the tactile touch to it, the whole relationship with your Petri or your Minoltas that you cannot get. There's no way you can get it with a current mirrorless camera.
Yeah.
Right? That's why you still have them.
Yeah. I want to answer a couple questions in the chat because I feel I've been ignoring the chat. And Ray comes up with a comment here. Will not touch mirrorless because too expensive. The too expensive lenses, the price of the FTZ adapter is too expensive. And I think a disappointment that I had was that when Nikon was coming out with new bodies and stuff, they should have thrown the FTZ in for free.
Yeah, they should have.
Should have thrown the FTZ adapter in for free to make it easier for people to use the glass that they already had and not feel like, oh, gee, I got to cough up another $300 or whatever it was, to get this widget, and now it's getting more than I want to spend. So I agree with that. I mean, and the lenses are where the lenses are probably, I would say, on average, comparable to their F-mount brethren, $300 more, maybe $400 more, depending on the lens, for your common, lens ranges. But at the same time, this is where you get into conflicts of, at the same time, a lot of the Z S series lenses are sharp, corner to corner, wide open. They're phenomenal lenses.
You couldn't use the other lenses wide open like you do in the Z lenses.
Yeah, and now on the flip side, you never could do that on the F-mount glass. You had to stop it down at least 2 stops to get it where it was like that. But that's where some people say, well, the Z glass doesn't have any character. And maybe you don't want sharp edge to edge, especially if you're doing portrait work. You want it soft around the edges. You want it soft around the person. And then, okay, well, maybe you got to go buy one of those. You got to buy the 51.2 or the 85.1.2 to get what you want, right? And you got to pay the money for it.
Use the smudge tool in Lightroom.
Yeah. I mean, you could use it. Yeah, I know. I tell you, to me, and this is just me, when I process my stuff, mm-hmm. I have a preset that I made my own preset, and I apply it to every image that gets sucked into my computer. Gets the same treatment. Boom, every single shot. Then if I can't edit that picture where I like how it looks in typically in a minute or less, unless it's an exceptional picture where I'm going to stay longer on it, or I just don't have this shot of this particular thing, and I'm going to spend as much time on it as I need to. It's like 1 minute or you're gone. I don't need you. If I got to put more than 1 minute into you on my post processing, you go in the garbage can. I don't keep you. That's just me. I do not want to live by the computer and spend an hour on every image, picking out every little insect that might show up somewhere in that image or whatever, I mean, I'm not doing that. I mean, if I'm getting paid for fine art or whatever, then I'm going to get $1,000 a print or something. All right, I'll sit there and I'll pick out every little thing, but I'm not getting paid that, so I'm not going there.
But I agree with you, and I think Nikon missed an opportunity to bring those adapters either for free or very inexpensive. Correct? Every time you buy one of those, it started with a C6, C5, they should have given those adapters for free. I guarantee you those adapters cannot cost that much money, correct? And then facilitate the migration if that's was their vision, correct? So I agree.
Yeah. I want to answer the kind of talk about this issue here, 8-bit video or 8-bit or 10-bit for video. Can you tell the difference on your cell phone? Answer, no. Do you want live view or viewfinder or rangefinder, Nikon Z30, Sony ZV? Here's the thing: 8-bit versus 10-bit. What the standard argument for whether do I need 10-bit? Do I want 12-bit? Do I need 14-bit? Do I want to get medium format and have even more? It's
Not for video.
all that just gives you more latitude to make adjustments. If you nail the exposure, you have everything set right with your video in terms of you got an ND filter on it, you got everything is just the way it should be, and you don't got to do a lot of putzing around and editing. Let me tell you, you'd be surprised what you could do just shooting 8-bit. I mean, hey, look at all the people that are doing video with the original Z6s. Most of the lower tier Nikon cameras are 8-bit. They're not 10-bit video. And people do phenomenal content with them. All that stuff just gives you more latitude to make adjustments, and you get more information from the photo, and it's all beneficial. But you got the old saying, like if you did a presentation at work, one of the first questions somebody would say is, address your audience. Who's your audience? Okay. Is your audience a bunch of people that are at the same level as you are with the topic? Or is your audience someone that knows nothing about the topic? It's going to totally change how you present the material. So the same thing with photography. Who is your audience? Who are you trying to appeal to? How are you marketing yourself? Where are you price pointing what you're doing? That's going to help determine how far you want to go with those specs. How far you need to go. Do you need the high-end software, the Final Cut Pro, or some of the other ones that are even more expensive? Are you going to shoot in log, okay, and do all the color grading, or are you going to use a standard 10-bit H.265 422 that's built into your camera? Or are you all that depends on how much time do you want to spend, who's your customer, who's your audience. For me, my audience is just a YouTube audience, and I'm not doing a video that's going to be on the screen at the local movie theater, or I'm not doing something that's going to be shown to, I don't know, National Geographic. Ha ha ha.
Exactly.
I'm not going to go to all that trouble and do all that. What's the need? Most YouTube content is 1080p. 1080p.
So Jeff, I think even Jeff and Leslie Wildlife mentioned that before, that one of the things that he finds himself, and he is switching between camera and video and photo. So in your outings, when you go to your local park there, what is the proportion of time that you are in video mode or in camera mode?
I am probably, it's almost like they used to say, the 80-20 rule. I'm probably 80% photos and 20% video.
Excellent.
And sometimes I'll go and I won't shoot one video at all. I might go for half a day. I don't even take one video. Then I might have another day where there's just enough unique things going on, and then maybe it ends up being this. I mean, on a crazy video day, maybe it's 50-50. On most days, it's 80% pictures, 20% video.
Okay.
And that has a lot to do with someone commented on my last video and asked me a question about fluid heads.
Okay.
You know, and I've been doing research on fluid heads.
Okay.
And there are some very good videos that other YouTube content creators have done on fluid heads. I mean, excellent reviews on fluid heads and comparing them to gimbals and so on and so forth. And you got to ask yourself, like you just said, what percentage of the time are you taking stills? What percentage of the time are you shooting videos? If you're shooting, 90% stills, you're probably going to be fine with and let's say if you're shooting 90% stills and you don't do birds, you're probably fine with a ball head, okay, on a good tripod. If you're someone that shoots birds, you're going to get a gimbal. Probably going to get a gimbal on a good tripod. If you're going to shoot 30% or more video, you might think about a fluid head. And fluid heads are very expensive. Just the heads themselves are very, very expensive. And if you want to get one that is the big thing with them is counterbalancing your lens because it's top heavy. It's not like a gimbal where you balance it out. You can tilt your lens like this, it doesn't fall down. You can aim your lens down, it doesn't go up. You can balance it out perfect, and you're good to go. You don't have that with a fluid head, so you have a counterbalance mechanism in a fluid head.
And they're slow.
There's different ways of counterbalancing a fluid head, and if you want one that does a good job, you're probably talking you're in that $500 plus range for just the head itself. And so if you're not really serious about video, I mean really, really serious about video, you're going to spend, if you don't already have a good set of legs to put that head on, and you got to buy a tripod legs as well, and you want to get good ones, you could be talking $1,200-$1,400. So you got to decide, once again, who's my audience? Is it worth the investment? Should I do it? Because it's and everybody's going to have a different answer to that question. It's
very big and heavy as well. That's fluid head.
Oh yeah, a fluid head could weigh 5 pounds, 6 pounds, or more just for the head.
Yeah.
Your gimbal won't weigh nothing. What's a gimbal weigh? My God, those things are light. I mean, compared
They're heavy enough as it is.
Yeah.
So John and Roy, you guys are doing some videos or still mostly photography?
No.
I try not to.
The only video I just use.
I do video when I have to.
Okay.
Well, John, admit it. Wayne's got you going a little bit on the video. You've been doing some videos, my friend.
Yeah, but you know what? Whatever he taught me, I forgot. I mean, doing that. What's that software? I can't even remember it. Oh, Da Vinci, right?
Oh, that's like the hardest one to learn.
Oh, I mean, he's going, hey, you do this, put this.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm gone. I mean, iMovie, that's about it. Even then.
Yeah.
Even then. That's why I got this.
Say hi to Z Wade. He's been on here for a while. Z Wade, if you want to join, send me an email. I'll put my email in here, and you can if you want to join.
Where's Vaughan? I was listening to him the other day when Z Wade was on, and I told Vaughan that I'd be more than happy to be on his audio only podcast. So that would be fun, but I haven't heard from him.
Ava is saying I'm going to put her comment up. This is good. Ava's saying I still have my old Pentax point and shoot. I guess that makes me trendy.
Just old.
Well, how many? I'm showing my age, but man, I'll tell you, when I was younger, you had department stores, and department stores had pretty good camera
On the show.
areas, photographic areas, and they sold Nikon, and they sold Nikon and Fuji's and Canon and Minolta and the Pentax K1000. The Pentax K1000
I had
was
one
the
of them.
cheapest camera that people could buy, and they'd buy it with the 50 millimeter lens that came with it, that was offered with it. And so many people got started on that Pentax K1000. I mean, give credit where credit is due. I mean, they did a great job. I mean, I hate to see some of these companies that we grew up with that are kind of almost non-existent now, or really kind of hurting, because it isn't like all of a sudden they don't make anything good. You know what I mean? And it's just like I know people that shoot OM systems, and well they have Olympus digital mirrorless cameras before they transitioned to OM systems, and they love them. They love them. They got a lot of great features in them. They're light. Their zooms are small. It's micro four thirds, so you have very small zooms. You got very long range. It's great for someone, I guess my age. I mean, I'm a big guy. I could carry a big camera, but some people, that aren't as hefty as me, they're going to want something light and small, and they're going to go and maybe get an Olympus system, and now they've done some good design where they've proven out the robustness of their cameras, where they had people shooting their camera bodies in Alaska and in the desert and everything else, and proved that they're weather sealed very well and that the quality is there, and good for them. Good for them. I know.
But going back to the issue of the fluid head, correct? I'm sure that if you're working with a gimbal, and I talk about for a long lens, oh yes, of course, what happened with the gimbal, even if you adjust it and it's well balanced, if you try to pan with a gimbal, it's jerky, correct? To get it going, it gets jerky.
Yeah,
But
it's
you do a lot
experience.
with the monopod, correct?
Yeah, it's jerky, but a part of the problem is your adjustment for your panning.
Mm-hmm.
The way that's designed is it's almost like, and it depends on how much you're paying for it too. If you're I have a cheaper one because I don't use it often enough where I was going to go out and spend $500 for a gimbal, so I bought a cheaper one, and it works good enough for me, for my use. But for video, yeah, it's almost like I either have no friction adjustment or it's locked. There's really not much in between. It's either frozen solid or it's free as can be, But yeah, that's why you get the fluid head, because your up and down movements or your side to side movements can be jerky with a gimbal in it, and it doesn't affect you when you're taking a photograph,
Of course,
at all, but it will show up in a video, and if you want your video to be perfect, and and the same thing now, you can buy. I know Mozman. I was talking to him. He has one. I think it's iPhoto. I got one in my basket to buy from B&H, but I haven't pulled the trigger yet. It's like $79. They have, so that you're not always trying to adjust your legs constantly to get your tripod level. They have something that's like a half bowl or whatever. You screw it on the flat plate on your tripod, and it has a release lever, one lever, and you can twist it, and it's got a bubble level on it. You can quickly level out your horizon shooting video and just clamp it, rather than say, oh, I gotta this leg's a quarter of an inch shorter than the other one, and you gotta sit there and fool around with the leg adjustments on your tripod. You don't always have that time to do that, or you pick up your tripod and you go and walk 10 feet away, and the ground isn't exactly the same, or the sidewalk isn't the same if you're on a sidewalk, and you got to adjust the legs. So I'm, it's only $80, so I might buy that so I can just go, okay, flip the clamp open, boom, lock it in place, be done in seconds rather than, excuse my language, farting around with the tripod legs trying to get it level.
No, leveling heads are great, correct? So
What about a Wembley head? What is that, a gimbal?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
one of the best.
Yeah,
Also
that is
heavy.
the best.
You got one, Jeff?
No, I'm on the
I
cheap.
do.
I'm on the cheap end of the gimbal.
I got
Roy
two of
probably
them.
has one. Roy's got two of them.
Roy's got two, of course. Sorry.
So do
One
I, Roy.
sidewinder.
I have the old model and the new model, but
I think Roy's motto is,
If I need one, I'll get two.
I liked it. It's so nice. I bought it twice. I think that's Roy's motto.
Sounds like me. But Wembley's probably the best made of all those sort of heads, but they're also one of the heaviest.
Yeah.
There's a lot lighter alloy ones these days, and they're all steel. And
Greg Wilson just popped in. Hello, Greg. Hello, Greg. Okay. Sorry, Z Wade. I didn't know you sent me an email. I will respond right now, my friend. And
John having using gimbals for long telephotos for almost 20 years. For long telephoto for photos, they're fantastic. But if you try to do panning, which in principle you can, even if you adjust the resistance, the first movement when you try to pan, it doesn't go gradually. It jerks, and then you can pan. Right. That's the main reason with the gimbals. Right now, I'm actually, as I mentioned in one of the other podcasts, I'm actually using a flex shooter, which is a new type of
heard about them.
head. It's actually excellent for traveling with long telephotos. It's on the expensive side. Actually, it functions like a leveling head as well, Jeff. But,
So, Gustav, the Wembley head
mhm.
is designed for what? Wildlife, birding, or
Yes, anything that basically is balanced at the center of gravity of the combination lens and camera.
sporting
And then
events, auto racing, anything where
really?
anything where you need to move the camera quickly left or right, and you want it to be smooth. Or even if you could even track birds in flight with it, tilting it up and down, and tilt it up and go side to side. It all depends on what you're shooting, but it's very well balanced, very, very well balanced.
You need to take care of balancing your equipment. Every time you change the TC adapter, or you change C9 for C8, you have to rebalance because you want it to keep it relatively loose, and everything is basically balanced in the center of gravity of the.
I see. It's almost like floating.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
It works fantastic.
It's like weightlessness. Like when you're scuba diving, you got the buoyancy compensator on, and you're putting air in it to make sure that you could sit there 10 feet off the ocean floor, and you're not going up and you're not going down. I mean, it's that idea. You balance it out.
It had been the go-by type of tripod head for wildlife for the last 15 years, 20 years. Okay. The only thing is that from those that Roy showed there, which is what I have, those were, those weighed a couple of probably 2 or 3 kilos, so they are relatively heavy. Okay. And the problem is that people that are now hybrid shooters, if they try to pan with that, they find that it's very good for following, moving, but they from being still to start moving is not, it creates some jerk. So your video jump a little bit, and then of course you can pan with the action.
Yeah, so you don't have to sit there and edit and cut off the first 5 seconds of your video.
Exactly.
So no one knows that no one knows that your starts and stops don't go very good.
Exactly. But so that's actually what everybody that shooting regularly with 600, 800, they use that, and
It's
You have
that
to.
was
like somebody learning how to drive a standard transmission, right, Gustavo?
exactly
The car's jerking because
on a
Okay.
high heel. On a high heel, trying to start your from stop to start. Here
we have
comes
Mr.
Z-Wade.
Z-Wade in the house.
Hey Jeff,
Easy
thanks
way
for having me
photo.
on Saturday Night Live, the version that's actually still funny.
Hey, all you have to do to get in the club, and you're getting close, Zach, is some are closer than others, is you just have to get nice and smooth on the top, baby.
I'm
That's it, man. That's
I'm there by circumstance, not choice.
that's the new requirement, man. John, you got to lose that hair, buddy. You got to get the dome going.
Getting
Get
there.
that nice shine.
Hey, good. Hey, Z-Wade.
Yes,
It's
sir.
good to hear you and Vaughan on the audio only the other day.
I didn't even get the alert.
Roy
50
showing
to 300.
50 to 300, Roy.
Yep.
What is it?
50 to
50 to
300.
300.
No kidding.
That's a replacement barrel for a howitzer. Don't lie to us.
Roy, how come all your glass that you just magically turn around and grab
Yeah,
Because I'm organized.
looks so shiny and clean? Do you have
This
any
stuff I don't
dust
use
in
much
that?
anymore. I
Do
still
you have
use
any
it.
dust in that room?
No, not much dust. I've got a dust extractor.
That must be
Okay.
1960s. That's 60s, isn't it?
Yeah, probably 70s.
70s.
50 to 300. F what?
I'm not sure. Where are we?
F11.
No.
Too hard. My eyesight's not good in this light. It's so dark in here at the moment.
I'm gonna find it on Amazon. There is a ridiculous telephoto lens on Amazon that costs like nothing.
Well, I got a call the other day from one of the camera shops I buy a lot of my gear from. I kind of split my gear purchases between B&H and somebody else, and we'll leave the somebody else out of it. But anyway, I get a phone call, and it's like, and I told him, I says, I might be interested in buying it. When the Z8 was announced, I called and I says, put me on the list, but I don't think I may not want it or need it until August of this year. So he contacts me and he says, of course, now we're in July, of course. He says, well, you ready for your Z8? I got one for you if you want it. So I passed. I said, well, no, I'm gonna hold off because I said, the $4,500 refurbished Z9s look really good to me. And I've been restraining myself from buying one of those. And I says, and part of me wants to wait and see what the next body is that comes out. Because if I could get a body that's $3,000 that has a Z9 AF capabilities, and it's a second body, and I don't have to spend $4,000 or $4,500 or $5,500, then I might be willing to do that, depending on what a Z6 III or a Z7 III ends up costing, So like I said, I'm not in that mode, and I talked about it earlier. I'm not in that mode where I have to have that body right this second, but I could sit back and just kind of like do one of these and wait a little bit.
I don't need it. I want it.
Here you go, guys. I don't know if the camera will focus on it.
Well, we will move you up so you're bigger on the screen here.
Right here. Big Mike's 1000 millimeter lens for $99.99. Yes, the brand is Big Mike's. It's actually a 500, but it comes with a 2x Vivitar teleconverter.
Looks like an old Soligar lens.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I had some of those whenever I was doing the cheap glass on my channel. I had a Soligor.
I think I got one. Let's see what this is. Oh, well, this is in the same category. 5-star.
Spirotone.
That looks exactly like it. Like this is
I
an
had one.
exact ripoff.
$54, right?
Well,
Brand new.
I mean, I got this came with a camera that I bought, for
Oh.
my collection, and it happened to come with a few pieces of glass. And usually when I end up buying a camera for my collection, and whatever glass I get typically is not from the brand. It's something like this. And I don't throw it out. Will I ever use it? I don't know. I mean, this is
Like a good weapon. Hit someone with it.
yeah. I mean,
Look like a Mac light.
I mean, this is a 500 millimeter. This is an f8 500 millimeter lens.
It's exactly what this is. And John Ishii was talking earlier about like legacy and how important it is. And granted, this doesn't have the legacy like Steve McCurry's, like the 105 f2.5, but every Bigfoot and UFO image ever taken was taken on Big Mike's 500 millimeter f8. Even at f8.
Well, Simon likes his long Canon one there. That's
Yeah, the F11.
like F11 or something. It's
Oh,
really
I heard that wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad of a lens.
As long as you got the light.
As long as
Yeah.
you have the light, yeah.
Yeah, you might need a 15 billion candle watt to really get out there. What is it? It's 1,000 mil, isn't it? Or 800 mil?
800 mil.
I think so. Yeah.
800 mil f11, I think.
Yeah, you need a powerful light to get that out there.
Be all right midday.
And here's a comment that I run into lots of times too. Is on their refurb, Nikon's refurb schedule, they'll get something and you go, oh my God, that's a great price. And I don't know how many times I've seen something I wanted to buy and then I procrastinate, and I don't procrastinate long. I say I want to sleep on it. Well, I sleep on it. I look at it in the morning. It's gone. If you have to sleep on it, it's gone. That's my advice. You can't sleep on it. You think you want it. You're pretty sure you want it. Don't sleep on it. Just order it. Just get it.
Yeah, Jim got clickbaited.
Yeah.
The camera lens version of getting Rick rolled.
Yeah, the issue with those long telephotos, those relatively cheap old long telephotos, is that if you put it in your old DSLRs and you use it as a telescope, the image look great. The image look great, but when you get your photos and put it in the computer, they are really bad. I mean,
they're all soft.
And there is no, I don't know nowadays, but there is no trickery on Lightroom or Adobe Camera Raw that can fix that. So
isn't the rule of thumb is if it's soft or it looks bad, you just have to say it has character.
Well, hey, you know what? That's a great segue. In tonight's sponsor of the show is Big Mike's Auto AI Sharpening. You can help support the channel by checking out Big Mike's AI editing tools.
However, there are times and you have to use whatever you have at hand, correct?
Right.
So if that gets you the image, you put your Big Mic and go for it, correct? Because there is so much cropping you can do.
You pick up something like that at a tag sale for like $10. Hey, no harm, no foul, right? Worth trying it. Have good light or put it on a tripod, stop it down pretty far. You'll probably get a handful of shots that come out, okay.
That's like on Amazon also, you can get the Holga 60 millimeter. I think it's like a constant f8 for like $19.99. I did a video on that one too. It's so bad. It is so bad that it's fun.
Now, since we're kind of talking lenses here, I'll interject something else that showed up on Nikon Rumors, and is that the Tamron 70-300 f4.5 to 6.3 for Z mount is now officially released. You can pre-order it. Shipping starts September 29th. It's for full frame, and it's $699. So there's another lens you can check out.
That's pretty good value.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not bad.
and Gustavo will like this one. And I found it really interesting. I went to their website and I looked at it. It was on Nikon Rumors, but I dug in a little deeper to find out how much it costs, because we kind of, Gustavo and I kind of got off on a scuba diving discussion last week, because we're both scuba divers, and talked about underwater photography, which I would argue is the hardest photography you're ever going to do.
Agree.
Having done it, I could tell you it is the hardest photography that you'd ever try to do.
I don't know. Getting She Wade to behave is pretty tough, Jeff.
But a company called Nautical Underwater Housing for the Z9 has come out, and its part number is a ZA-Z9. So it got reviewed by Nicholas Remy for the Underwater Club. And there's a link on Nikon Rumors site where you can go and read up on it. But you look at that housing, and back 40 years ago, I had an SLR in a Icolite housing where the housing cost me more than the camera did by far. The housing probably cost me 3 or 4 times more than what the camera cost me. And you look at that housing for the Z9, it is mechanically complex, man. The housing weighs 6.52 pounds. And if you throw in the Z9 with the battery, not counting the lens, it's 11.24 pounds.
Woof.
And it costs $6,765. And I don't know if that includes,
And the 2 flashes.
well, yeah, it was not going to include the flashes. And also, when you look at the setup that the guy had, he had like all these rings that were wrapped around it to act as a buoyancy device, because, you put, say, 12, 13 pounds in your hand. Yeah, you can adjust your buoyancy with it so you're not sinking, but the camera is still going to want to go downhill, if you know what I mean. So
Nikon should re-release the Nikon
you gotta add like little those little swim things that you put on your kids when they're little, so they don't drown. You got to keep that camera from wanting to drop down 2,000 feet,
Heck,
but.
the old school mobsters could have used that on people to get them swimming with the fishes. Hey,
J-Rod, take it easy. Nice of you to stop in. And he says you might want weight underwater. Well, you do wear a weight belt. You do have to have some weight to help you get down, but that's why you wear the buoyancy compensator to adjust it so you're not going to. You don't want to go down too fast, because you're going to end up popping your eardrums, number one. So you have to go down at a controlled rate of descent and a controlled rate of ascent, both ways.
I saw that after Mossman mentioned it last time, and I went, that's what Mossman was the article that he was mentioning. It's a mechanical beauty that.
Oh, it's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. I mean, the only thing I couldn't tell looking at the pictures were back in the old days, they used to sell different ports that you could put on the front, depending on what lens you put on your camera. Depending on how long the lens was, you'd have to put a different port on. So I couldn't really tell if it had a removable port on it when you're looking at it from the pictures. But from a mechanical point of view, oh my God, you just have to go look at it just to be impressed. It's very, very impressive.
And that's what I'm surprised. I mean, it must be very technically challenging that because all the houses are fantastic, but that Nikon abandoned the Nikon series completely because they were so much simpler. I mean, you were handling the camera. You don't handle the camera through sticks, correct, and knobs and stuff. It's
well, yeah, you had larger, easy, because most of the time when you're diving, you're either wearing gloves or you're wearing gloves or mitts.
Wow,
you have to be able to grab, especially if you're diving. Unless you're driving, well, if you're diving in the tropics, no, you got bare hands. But if you're diving in New England, you're wearing you're wearing mitts and you're wearing gloves.
Well, and you are even in the tropics. If you put your hands against something, it's likely to hurt you. So you're wearing gloves. So you
Mm.
need to have big knobs to have, and that was the beauty of the Iconos 5, correct?
Yeah.
So
You guys have everybody listening right now. You've got to go look up this thing that we're talking about because it is there's a whatever the word is, like a cutaway to see the internal workings, and this thing looks insane.
it is
not-
They
insane.
don't sell too many. That's why they're so dear.
Yeah.
This
And
is an engineering masterpiece. Like
Yeah.
it looks so cool.
there's a reason. There's a reason it's almost $7,000. And like I said, that's not with accessories. I bet you by the time you outfit it with stuff to control your buoyancy a little bit with it, and you get a couple strobes on there, you're over $10,000. Easy.
Easy. That's just like getting set up with a like you think you're getting a really good value with something like a red Komodo at like $6,000, and it's like, wow, this thing will do everything that like $12,000 and $15,000 cinema cameras will do, but you've got to have like a good gimbal. There's no in-body image stabilization. Then you look at the lenses, and cine lenses are like $6,000 is cheap, and so it's like if you just get one lens, you're already at like $10,000.
Yeah.
That's where they get you.
I mean, now typically underwater photography, you're usually shooting with a wide angle lens.
They had a really good 13 millimeter on the Nikonos.
Yeah, you can't. You're never going to be sitting there zooming on something underwater. Believe me, you're concentrating on. No pun intended. Staying afloat.
But John may know. I remember the old time when the Nikon was the camera that many nature photographers, even if they were not on the water, correct? If they were rafting or their backup camera was an Iconos, because when even the F3 HP will not work, the Iconos will keep working, correct? And so that was a good backup camera, but you were limited on the type of lenses that you could put, correct?
Yeah, and people would use a camera like that to get those nice shots that you see in National Geographic, where half the shot is what you're seeing underwater, and then you got the sky above it. It's like it's a split, almost like a split screen type of effect, and those pictures are great. You see the trout swimming in the water underneath, and then you got the sun coming down up above, and it's like, oh man,
Otherwise, you have to do what Josh Stroud did, correct? Put an aquarium in, and then your camera inside the aquarium.
Yes.
Hey, Jeff, are you a diver?
Yeah, not so much anymore, but I'm certified. If I go on a vacation and I can dive on vacation, I do it.
I'm certified that I drown. I'm a terrible swimmer.
That's how I met Diana.
Oh,
let's dive into that.
I was a dive master. On a trip. And
wait, so you married one of your students? Scandal! Scandal!
It was a tour.
Is this like Gilligan's Island, a 6-hour tour type of thing?
Yeah. Oh, pretty close. The movie star.
You mentioned, I think, on one show that you got married like in your 50s.
I was 51.
And you weren't married before?
Just for a couple of years. Piece of advice: don't ever marry a lawyer.
Yeah.
Well,
I can imagine.
You're going to be behind the 8 ball.
Well, or if you do, you make sure you make less money than she does.
Yeah, and you just say, "Let me just go with what I came in with."
Yeah.
My laptop and my camera gear.
If you're lucky.
Knock yourself out.
Yeah, if things don't work out, that would be about the scariest thing you could do. Be like, I'm going to represent myself in this divorce. Be like, oh no.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean,
no chance in hell.
I mean, Roy made a great comment here in the chat, and I agree. A digital Nikonus would be awesome.
exactly.
Yes.
Hey, they already have a
another market that they could be tapping, because I mean, it's like
I'd buy one.
anybody that had the extra ching in the day
Mm-hmm.
bought a Nikonus. I mean, that was like the holy grail was to have a Nikonus.
Exactly.
They, you know,
They made remember the autofocus Nikonus?
yeah.
Mm. I think it's Model
Oh, yeah,
5. wasn't it?
I had to do everything the hard way. I had the big housing like this big with big knobs on it, and all the gears and
We were talking about that, John, the other day. Icolite housing.
Icolite housings.
Yeah, Icolite. They have a new one for the Z8, housing.
Well, I was just talking about the one that came out for the Z9 that cost $67.65.
You can still pick
easy.
up a Nikonos 5 for $256 on eBay.
If I could digitize it, I would.
The hardest part with if you get something like that is not that it won't work, is you got to hope you can still get the O-ring seals for it. That's the problem. If you can't get the O-ring seals, then you're not going to buy one. As long as you can get the O-ring seals. Because you used to always take a little bit of Vaseline, put a little thin layer of Vaseline on those O-rings before every dive.
You need to do some maintenance every time.
Maintenance, huh? One piece of hair, right, Jeff? One piece of hair on that O-ring. That's it. She's gonna flood.
It floods. The camera's gone, and you're crying for 6 months.
and Seaway, they went at a time, correct? And we're talking about an Ikono 5 in the 80s, correct? Film camera.
Yes.
It was like close to $3,000.
Wow.
If I recall correctly, I'm just. But
I
know
the lenses were even more expensive.
Exactly, but it was as I was saying to Jeff the other day, that's the only camera that I would like to have in a collection, because it was kind of my dream camera when I was diving in my youth. Okay, but it was a fantastic camera.
Since we're kind of bouncing around a little, but talking lenses and cameras and stuff like that, I'm just going to keep quoting little things that are out there now. Is I have not watched it. Matt Irwin came out late this afternoon with a video on the Viltrox 75mm f1.2 APS-C autofocus lens for the Z mount. $549 at B&H, and they're accepting pre-orders. So I did not get a chance to watch his video. I don't know if anybody in the chat had a chance to watch the video and wants to comment on what he thought of it. But that's what's interesting is all these Viltrox lenses and Artisan lenses and stuff that came out for APS-C. 95% of them have been manual focus lenses, and now just recently you're starting to see them come out with some autofocus lenses. But as we talked about before, with the third-party lenses, you got to watch out, and you got to be a little worried that if Nikon updates their firmware, is that lens still going to work?
Probably not.
If
Hopefully they learned from Canon on that. Blocking out third-party definitely ticked off the consumers.
Yeah, stick to genuine lenses.
There's also a company called Astrolab.
Their lenses are looking cool.
They're calling their lenses no nicker is the name of the lens, no nicker, and they have an APS-C 24mm f1.7. They're a Hong Kong-based company, and what's cool is they got 235mm f1.4 full-frame lenses. One is styled to look like a 60s lens, like an old AI lens, and another one is styled to look like an 80s design, and they both selling for $379. So,
they have one that really reminded me of the Zeiss's too. They had one, the design of it. I was like, man, that looks almost just like the Zeiss, like the planar. The planars, I think is the one that I thought it was, because I got excited for a second. I was like, oh, sweet. Zeiss is coming out with Z mount Zoom out
That would
lenses.
be nice, wouldn't it?
I
I
I
mean,
wanna go
I like the designs of the older
did too.
lenses. You know,
They feel
I'm
nice.
trying
in
to.
the
I
hand.
mean, I know Roy's got one. I think I have one that's quote unquote the style from the '60s. I'm trying to find it. Roy probably has one 2 feet away from him.
The only problem with the
Okay.
Zeiss's is I absolutely hated after the wonderful like planars and Distagons that came out with like the Otis and the Batis, and I just thought those were the ugliest lenses that I'd ever seen. I'm pretty sure Jeff's headrest is taller than me standing.
Yeah, my headrest is pretty big. Well, so's my head, but I'm trying to find the Roy. You guys will get a kick out of this. This is the lens. This is a lens case. This is a lens container that came with a camera that I recently got, and it came in this. And the
All the
bottom,
old Nikons used to come like that.
yeah, it's plastic. It's threaded. It screws
Bubble
in.
case.
You got the little foam cap for the top, and the bottom mates up with the bayonet mount on the lens.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. It kind of
And,
looks like my smoothie maker thing.
Oh, so
Like
this
this,
this
Jeff?
this is like the '60s style lens right here.
That's pre-AI.
Yeah, this is pre-AI. This is 50, late 50, 59 to probably 69, Roy, something like that.
About that. Is the display version of that
Yeah.
one you see in
But
the shop?
I mean, I like this. I like this pattern for the
I love
zoom
the feel of them.
or for the focusing. It's really nice.
They're nice. They're pleasant to use.
I got a cool little gadget here too, guys. And sorry, guys, I just got to make some money. This is Big Mike's memory card holder right here. Go ahead and click the link if you want to help support Jeff's stream.
Hey, Roy, what is this lens?
What lens?
Let me bring John up to the big screen here so we can see
It's
it.
Nikkor -Q f4
If
135.
it's got a Q in it, it's probably pre-AI.
So what's it go
Oh,
on?
that's an old rangefinder Nikon. For the member of the
Is
S
it?
series,
It's
the
got
old rangefinder Nikons.
It's got a screw mount.
Yeah.
Yeah, the M39 screw mount
I don't know.
from a Leica.
You think I can put it on one of my Nikons?
There's probably an
You can
adapter
adapt
somewhere.
it, but it's a very old lens that sticks into the camera quite a way.
Albert, to the rescue.
Yeah,
It's
Albert
in
will know.
perfect condition. I just
Could
wonder
even
what
be
to
a
do with
Bronica.
it.
Could even be a Bronica lens.
You know, I mean, it's got the same case like you guys, you know, where you screwed into the case.
Yeah.
That's such a big case for such a little lens. That's what it looks like whenever I get in a car.
Okay, I gotta go, guys.
Have a good lunch,
No,
man.
you take it easy, John. Thanks for coming on. Say hi to your wife for us.
Yeah, and
And
like I mentioned here, I'll be on Vaughan's podcast Thursday at Pacific time.
Tell her I don't know if she saw my comment to one of her pictures that she sent me today. Was the second image that she sent me. I said it looks like the end of the world with the lightning. She had, oh my God, what gorgeous shots, shots.
Yeah, she's a real lightning. She's crazy about lightnings.
Oh, by the way, I heard somebody mentioned in my comments that that new thing that you find in the Z9 where it's like when something comes in frame, it'll take the picture that can be used on lightning. And I said, photography is over. Like, that's awesome. And I'm definitely going to use it. But like, I didn't even think about that. Somebody was saying, yeah, that works for that works for Lightning, and it would probably come in. You could probably do it with like pre-capture release too, because I haven't tried that yet. And I was like, oh my God, you don't even have to have skill. And shooting Lightning is hard.
Yeah.
That is
Oh,
hard.
yeah.
She'll go over how to exactly do it. Because, she's pretty much an expert.
Well, the one shot she sent was over 50 images.
Yeah.
Was 50 images to make it up. So she's got a lot more patience than I do.
Okay, guys, see you next week.
Have a good one. I figure I have a hard enough time doing one image. Take care, John.
Yeah, I got to bust out of here too, Jeff. I got some stuff I got to arrange for tomorrow. So my almost broken back, and I still got to hobble around on this grind.
Why am I in focus here? Why am I on main screen?
Well, we will move you. I don't know. I'm trying to do other things, and
That's okay.
I don't know.
They call it button mashing in the arcade.
Yeah, for some reason.
Now he's even bigger.
You're in charge of this. You're in charge of the stream now.
Yeah, there
we go. I don't know. Everything kind of got messed up here. The joys of Restream and going live. Although I tell you, I'm very impressed with Restream. I really am. It's pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. I give them credit. It's
and Jeff, this was the same that software that Chuck was using.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And here's Chuck's email for those of you that might want to send him some well wishes. If you don't remember what his email is, there it is on the screen. Leave it up for a little bit. Yeah, it's been interesting trying to learn how to live stream. It's like learning how to live stream in 2 days. That was my bailiwick here.
Better you than me.
A few weeks ago, and I tried doing the one on the YouTube one, and I couldn't invite guests on that one. Take care, Z Wade. Thanks a lot for showing up. Have a good one, Zach.
So Jeff, did you master the sharing of the image?
Very well.
Yeah, I did. Let's put it this way. I did an experiment with sharing a photo from my Lightroom account.
Exactly, because I didn't do that
for the photo review, and I did it with
Bob,
with Mozman, with Tim, and it did relatively good. It took a while because at first I hit the wrong thing, and I was sharing my whole screen, so I had everything I had popped up was showing up on the screen. So you can select an individual entity on your screen that is shared.
Okay.
So it's not everything. So once, I took me to 20 seconds to figure that out or whatever. I clicked on that one item and did not share the entire screen. I just shared a window within my screen. And then you'll see the pictures when we do the image review, the photo review. And for those of you that have joined us later, I am going to, let me bring that up as a reminder. Give me a second here. Bear with me. Everything requires a few clicks or going to different menus here to get to certain things. Here is a reminder about the photo review, August 5th. I said send one photo with picture info to me. I'm not going to be able to do where you can call in on the phone and talk. So I ask you, if you want to tell a story, put it in writing in the email that you send to me. If you want to actually talk about your image, then make sure you ask for a link. I'll provide my email address again, like I do every week. Write it down. Send me an email. I'll send you a link. You can come on. You don't have to have your video feed turned on if you don't want people to see what you look like and how gorgeous you are. You can just have
you tell me.
You could just have, you could just have your voice come on, and you'll get the circle with your initial in it or whatever, and that's fine. We're a no judge zone. What's that commercial? We're a no judge zone. But anyway, I'm gonna update this statement to say you could send more than one picture. I've had some people send me as many as 5.
You're really asking for trouble.
4. So you can send me more than one, because in all fairness, I don't want to say, originally I said send 1. I'm getting more than 1. I don't want to show 2 images of somebody else. And you say, you said 1 picture and you showed 2 of, Joe Smith's. That's not fair. You want to send more than 1, send more than 1. But what I'll do is, if I end up with too many, I will pare down how many. I may end up paring down those photos where somebody sends 4 or 5 and may have to pick only 1. Okay. So everybody, if you send a picture, your picture will be shown. If you choose to send more than 1, depending on how many I get, if I don't get a lot of pictures, I'll share 4 that somebody took, because we want to see images, right? So if I get a lot of images, I'll have to pick and choose from those that send me more than 1. If I don't get enough, you send me 4, I'll show all 4. And that's how we're going to do it. But just so you know, and you want to send it, the file size is 2048 pixels on the long side. So you're going to typically get an image that's 2048 by 1365, thereabouts, 1365, 1366, somewhere in there. But 2048 is the key thing. We want to keep the file sizes small.
JPEG and
JPEG, yes, JPEG, no RAW, please, and you can. Someone will send it as a joke, I'm sure. Send me a RAW. If you send me a RAW file, then I have the right to edit the what out of it and make it look really bad, and then everybody's going to say, "Oh my God, I can't believe Roy Bixby took such an awful photo." I'll say, "I don't know. That's how I got it, man. I didn't touch it."
First thing, you sent Chuck a PNG.
Yeah.
Because I use PNG a lot.
PNG, yeah. Let's see what else we got here to talk about. Oh, okay. Here's one for you video guys. And I don't know if Wayne is still, I haven't seen Wayne in the chat in a while. I should have acknowledged him when I saw him earlier. I apologize, Wayne, if you're still here.
Feelings.
Wayne was here. He didn't want to join the crowd, but he's Mr. Video, and Topaz Video AI. They have Topaz Video AI version 3.35 is now released, $50 off. So I had to go and look up and see how much it is. So with the $50 off, it's still $249. And there's also a lot of other software deals that are listed on Nikon Rumors. So if you're a software guy and you want to look at different kinds of software packages, there's a whole wide gamut of available software out there, new revs, new versions or whatever that you might want to buy if you don't already own it. But I'll deflect to Nikon Rumors because they did the work, and you can go there and read up on those things. The new Nikkor Z 70-180 2.8 is now shipping. It is supposedly in stock in the UK and in Canada. I'm not sure about the US. And Nikon Rumors, they also discussed this upcoming Nikon NX Ready smartphone app. And Mozman sent me an email that he had gotten, because right now it's only available for people that have Android phones. It's not available for people that have Apple phones. They are working on an Apple version, but it's not out yet. So he sent it to me in case I wanted to try it out. And I says, I don't have a lot of time to try out anything new, so I don't know if I'll get to it or not. But what they're calling this NX Ready smartphone app is supposed to optimize your photos by adjusting your camera settings based on your situation, your lighting, and your subject. So these are the things that it'll do. It'll wirelessly connect to your phone via the built-in Wi-Fi. you select your situation and your subject, and settings are sent to your camera. This program will try to decide for you what your settings should be. So if you're one of those people that you don't want the computer telling you what to do and you don't want AI telling you what to do, you may not have any interest in it at all. If you're a new photographer, you might say, "Hey, let's see what it recommends. It might be interesting." So it's going to send settings based on what you define to your camera. And you can name and organize and save your settings for future use. So basically, you can kind of create like a photo database of sorts, based on the type of photo you're taking and what your situation is with that photo. You could save those settings and probably recall them when you want to use them at a different point in time. So there is a link on the Nikon Rumors page where you can try out this Nikon NX Ready smartphone app for Android users. Like I said, the Apple version's being developed, and supposedly the app does not cost you anything. The app is free. So if you want to try it, go to Nikon Rumors, or I'm sure it's probably on the Nikon USA website as well, where you could get the free app. But something worth checking out. And let's see here. Go back to that and go back to that.
So have you used a SnapBridge on your C9, Jeff?
Have I used what?
What is it called?
SnapBridge?
SnapBridge.
No, I don't transfer any of my images from my camera to a phone.
Okay. No, I try just to use it as to control the settings. I put the camera outside, and I want it to be from the manipulating. It works reasonably well, but you don't have too much flexibility. And obviously,
Roy's doing this, Gustavo.
No, I know. It's the thing that is annoying, Roy, is that every now and then that I take the switch on the C9, the thing connect with my phone, and that app comes on. So I need to keep the camera on airplane mode so it doesn't try to communicate with my phone. Right? But at least it
works.
When I tried these type of things 5 years ago, didn't work at all. Correct? So
no, it's worse then. It's getting better,
exactly.
But still got a long way to go.
I'm gonna put this up. Well, there's actually, let me see. I think these are both from the same person. Wait a minute. Let me get out of this for 1 second. I'll probably bring it back up again. Yeah. Okay. So I got two things here that are tied into each other. Chosen by design, saying a friend asked him if Nikon had a mid-price performance camera. Z8 was too rich for her, around 15 to $2,000 with trickle-down Z8, Z9 focus capabilities.
Of course.
I don't know that you're going to get I don't think you're going to get Z8, Z9 focus capabilities at that $2,000 price point. I think you're going to be maybe $2,500 you're going to probably get a $2,500 camera. You're probably going to get a $3,000 or $3,500 camera. I don't know when or if you would see Z8, Z9 level of focusing in a sub $2,000 camera. I think that might be because part of the ability of that focusing has a lot to do with processing power and stuff like that, which adds a lot of cost. And to be able to, because then you get into, okay, is it still going to be a shutterless design? Are you expecting a shutterless design in a $1,500 camera, or is it going to be a mechanical shutter that has an electronic shutter option, maybe in the $2,000 price range? I don't know, but I everybody wants everything for nothing, and it just doesn't work that way. I think you're gonna have delineation between entry level and mid. You're going to have entry level, mid range, and high end. And I think 1,500 to $2,000 is being a little bit too optimistic. But then he did follow it up by saying that she ended up buying a Fuji and a large Fuji lens. And since you brought up Fuji, I will share this information about Fuji, which I also got from various sites. I don't know if I noted where. I'm even going to talk a little Sony tonight, folks. I mean, here we are approaching midnight. We're 33 people, which isn't bad. But Fuji has a big sale going on. And it's not just Fuji, it's people that make product for Fuji cameras. So you could save up right now, you could save up to $1,000. And this might have been on Nikon Rumors. I didn't write down the source, but I'm guessing it might have been Nikon Rumors. Or I even went on Fuji's website too. I went on Sony's website. I went on Sony Rumors. I went on Fuji to get material for the show tonight. But you could save up to $1,000 on an X-H2, which is their 40 megapixel APS-C camera, and the X-H2S, which is the 26.1 megapixel APS-C camera body and kit. So you can save up to $1,000 on those bodies in kit form, and XF and MKX lenses and X series accessories from July 17th through September 10th. So that sale lasts for a while. Then also you can save up to $500 on select Fujinon AF lenses through August 20th. And Tamron, Takina, and Sigma all have sales right now on Fuji lenses. So good time to look at third party if you're into third party lenses. If you've always wanted the original 100 megapixel GFX 100, you could save $3,500 on that. You can get the lower price GFX 100S, which I think is a much better value personally. You could save $500 on that. You can save $250 to $500 off select GF series lenses. The GFX 50S 2 body, which is the 50 megapixel version, is $800 off. And X series teleconverters are $100 off. And then as a footnote to talking about Fuji a little bit, is Petapixel reviewed the Fuji X-S20 with the title Best Mid-Range Camera, ? Chris and Jordan, they drop hints prior to doing a direct comparison with that particular model, and it's going to compete with the Sony A6700 and the Canon R7, and they kind of drop some hints that they think that the Fuji is the better of the three. So they're going to come out with a comparison video at some point, but they dropped a few hints in the video that they did have. And one neat thing about Fuji is, a lot of, I personally, I loved Fujifilm back in the day, and some people like film simulation capabilities in their cameras, and some people absolutely hate it. So if you're either here or you're there. I don't know if there's anything like in the middle. I think it's up or down. But you could also, you got some film simulation capabilities, I'm sure, in some of these software packages that you buy too. So, Ray Parker, for those of you who frequent YouTube, I don't know if any of you's watched Raymond Parker's YouTube channel. Ray is an old school photographer. He's a few years older than I am. Wonderful person, wonderful personality. Has taken lots and lots of images, but he has a video and a demo on a film emulation plugin talking about, that type of subject that I was just talking about. They have a film emulation plugin for Final Cut Pro called Dehancer Pro. Now the software is pretty expensive. It's $399.
Wow.
But it may be less painful to achieve that cinematic look that, Wayne Maddox likes to talk about all the time. Wayne, if you're listening, I'm kind of picking on you a little bit. If you want that cinematic look and you're getting into doing log files, and I could talk an hour about S-Log and S-Log3 and N-Log and all this stuff, I'll tell you, you think taking pictures is complicated? Try to learn all the jargon and what it means in video. You will become an alcoholic overnight. Let me tell you, I got 4 pages of like a little manual to myself of what all the video stuff means, because it'll drive you nuts. It's crazy. And I know Wayne likes to do log profiles and gamma curves, which is basically what it is, and all this stuff. And yeah, you could definitely be popping the cork a few times if you're really getting to that level of video enhancement. But anyway, this Dehancer Pro would make that cinematic look considerably easier than going through the log file, S-Log or Canon Log, or all the different things that are out there. But you have to have a high-end computer. There's always a cost to this stuff. You have to have a very high powerful computer if you're going to use the log files. Or everybody says, oh, I could shoot raw video with the Z9. Okay, my opinion, you have to be crazy if you shoot raw video and process it. Do you realize what raw video is? You think of raw images that come in and look like, what? They look like a dog turd on the sidewalk when you tuck them into your software, and they have no color and they have no contrast, they have no saturation, they look horrible. And until you apply a preset or create a preset or fool around with every single slider on that doggone app and save it, your raw file looks like your camera is broken. The first time somebody does a raw file, they're going to have a coronary, because they're like, what? That isn't how it looked on the back of my camera, because your back of your camera is not showing you what the raw file looks like. It's showing you a JPEG version of your image. So you think it looks great, and then you suck it into your raw editor and you have nothing, you have no color, and you're having a heart attack. Well, the same thing with raw video. And the thing is with raw video is even log files have certain things baked into them. It could be probably your white balance would be one of the things that's baked into it. Your exposure, not that you can't adjust it after effect, but the exposure is baked into the file. And your camera is using that log profile, but it's also converting that log file to a video format of some sort so that you could see that video file on the back of your camera when you hit your play button. A raw video file will not show up on the back of your camera. A raw file, you're getting raw data off your sensor, zeros and ones, whatever. You're getting raw data off that sensor, and it bypasses that video conversion that goes on in your camera body. And that video conversion is happening in the software that you use. So you're getting the raw data. The video conversion is happening in the software. It's not happening in the camera. And that's what makes the file is enormous. The raw files are enormous in size. You could be talking, gigabytes per minute easily. Mm-hmm. It is not something that your average bloke is going to use for video, no matter how much everybody crows about it and brags about it. If you're not doing a production that's going to go on the big screen, don't waste your time. Really, don't waste your time. It's going to give you the ultimate amount of creativity and adjustability and color editing capability and all that kind of stuff. But you got to have way too much time on your hands to want to go that route, and you got to have a huge hard drive and a very expensive computer. For
And
those
sit
of
back
you,
while it works.
yeah, it's like you want to really have photography cost you a lot of money. Get into hardcore serious videography, and you're talking a lot of cash, But anyway, if you're interested in that Dehancer Pro, watch Raymond Parker's video. It's pretty good. He actually has the software up on the screen. He moves the sliders around. He talks about what it does. Halfway decent.
So Jeff, you almost borderline second rant of the day. Don't shoot any N-log or any raw file video.
I think that the problem is when you,
of course,
here's the thing, you have, and it's part of it's a marketing ploy, okay? And Sony's very good with marketing. We know Sony's very good with marketing, and so they say when they start talking about they have the cinematic look, okay? They put in a log file that gives you a cinematic look that they pulled in from their Cine line of cameras, okay? And they put it on the new, okay, we're kind of floating since I'm on a roll and I'm not shutting up. I'll keep going. They threw in on their, let me find it here, on the new A6700 mirrorless camera that they just came out with. It's just so you know, it's a rangefinder style. So you're looking through the corner of the back of the body. You're looking in the left-hand corner. That's where you're looking through. You're not looking through like a mirrorless camera in the middle of the body, like a mirrorless SLR. You're looking like an old-style rangefinder. And I'm not saying the image quality isn't there, but if you're not used to positioning the camera that way, and you want to have that viewfinder straight in line with between your eyeballs or your face, then you may not like that kind of camera. But that's what kind of camera it is. It sells $1,400, 26 megapixel, APS-C, BSI CMOS sensor, and it has a ton of features. It has a lot of features. It has a lot of fantastic features for the money. Apparently, that Fuji I talked about earlier is supposedly better, and the Fuji is not a rangefinder style. It is a traditional mirrorless camera style. But yeah, on this Sony, and this is their thing. They got S-Log 3, S-Gamut 3, S-Cinetone to allow for more than 14 stops of dynamic range and user LUTs. And a LUT stands for lookup table. And all that is something that defines a LUT can be something like take the color blue and bump the saturation to +20. That could be a LUT. A LUT could just be making a change to one thing within a file. It could be making a bunch of changes to the file. And you can buy LUTs. You can
like a preset.
You could make your own LUTs. And
it's like a preset, Jeff?
What's that?
It's like a preset.
Yeah, it's kind of like a preset. It's like, you could say, what the LUT, what the LUT.
Skittles.
But the whole thing with the S-Log and the N-Log and all that is because it's flat. It has no tonal quality whatsoever. It gives you 14. The Sony gives you 14 stops of dynamic range, and some cameras will say they give you 16 stops of dynamic range when you shoot in a log profile because it's absolutely flat. But then you have to go in. There is I think it's called Rec 709. There is a standard. I guess you could call it a LUT. There's a standard adjustment that is recognized by the broadcast community called Rec 709. So when you bring in that totally gray looking image from your raw video, one of the first things a lot of people do is they look for that Rec 709 because that's like an industry standard of how things should look on a projected screen or on a television screen or a high definition screen in terms of color tones and stuff like that. So you can apply that Rec 709, okay, to that video file, and then you could still tweak it, and it'll still work and look okay on your television set. But I'm saying a lot of people will just go to that standard to make sure they meet the minimum, they meet the minimum requirement. But it gets very, very complicated, and all this stuff just takes you more time to process the video. It's more labor intensive, and I will not argue that you won't end up with a better video. But for me, especially just doing YouTube content, I'm just picking 4K 30, 4K 24, 4K 30. 4K 120. I don't do any 8K. I never will do any 8K.
You will one day.
Who the heck has 8K TVs? Who in the hell's going to, excuse me, who in the bleep is going to tell the difference between the 4K and the 8K when you got eyes like this? You ain't going to tell the difference. So why spend the time? Why have the file size?
You need Chuck Steven. You need Chuck Steven to do it for you.
Well, yeah. I mean, Chuck's been saying he needs Steven, and I need Chuck.
Yeah, true.
Chuck. But it's very, very time consuming. Very time consuming, but I mean, I get decent quality. You use in Final Cut. You use the color wheel. You go and you adjust your shadows, your highlights. You do stuff like that. You can adjust your saturation of certain colors if you want to do that. And I just try the old KISS principle: keep it simple, stupid. I just and I'm not going to pay. Spend the extra time and the extra download time. People have said, can you do 4K content on your channel? And it's like, it's just too much work, man. I'm just going to do 1080. It's all I need to do.
So Jeff, so I'm taking the occasional clip, but I only take the clip when I see, because I have less capacity to do all this editing. If I see the image looks good and relatively well balanced in the photos, I switch to video and I say, okay, I can take a small clip because I know the video is going to look semi-decent.
Yeah.
Right? But so under those circumstances, I try to take some small clips of nature stuff. But otherwise, because I know I will not be able to do heavy editing on the videos, I don't have the skills to do that. But you still are able to do some editing with the type of 4K videos, 120 that you typically shoot.
Yeah, I mean the thing with the 4K 120, if you shoot 4K 120, when you slow the frame rate down is where it gives you that slow motion effect.
Yeah,
so you can shoot 4K 60 and then produce it in 4K 30, and it's slow motion. You do 4K 120, it's even slower. Right. But the thing is, the file size gets bigger. The more the frames that you attach in that video, the larger the file is. But I only do short bursts too. I mean, when I do my videos, it's like, okay, it might be 30 seconds here, 2 or 3 minutes there. At the most, maybe 5 minutes. Everybody worries about recording time. Well, all these cameras that shut off after 35 minutes. Oh, they only do 35 minutes. How many people are going to do 35 minutes even? They all cry about, well, it's not unlimited. I only got 35 minutes. If your name isn't Cecil B. DeMille, you're not going to do 35 minutes. You're going to do 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 30 seconds, 7 minutes. And you're going to put them all together.
Short 10-minute breaks.
Yeah. You're going to take a coffee break, donut break, cigarette break, whatever. You're not going to sit there for not too many people. Some people do that, but I would argue, and this is where I can kind of have fun with Wayne sometimes, and I do have fun with him sometimes, is if you want to get into that mode, get a true video camera. You know, spend the $8,000, get the Red, or spend the $10,000. If you want to put together a production that looks like a movie, you know, spend the extra money. Don't keep trying to think that Nikon and everybody else is going to, especially Nikon, that they're going to create. You know, you'd like to see them make a cinema camera, and someday they might, but I don't think it's high on their list right now.
But no, I do appreciate what Wayne does. Correct?
Yeah. I mean, he has the patience to do it, and that's fun to him. That's what he likes to do, you know. But me, you know, with, you know, trying to get content, trying to enjoy my time out in nature. It's more important for me to do the shooting or the filming. And the editing and all that, to me, is kind of a pain in the behind. I'm not someone who, I tolerate it. I have to do it. I think I'm pretty good at it. You know, I'm not a Photoshop guy. I mean, I use a few features in Photoshop. I'm very adept at doing things in Lightroom.
You know, I find your advice that you have given me for the video very good. Also, Mr. Chu, who has he have been working on that series. I think that's very useful for the occasional video clip shooter, certainly for those that are shooting nature clips. By the way, I think the team is trying to join.
Okay.
Oh my God.
I brought my friend Roy with me.
Doesn't look like me.
You know what? When I looked to the left of my screen and that image was grayed out, I got kind of nervous. I wasn't sure that I wanted to click on the button. I'm like, because I didn't see you in the bottom right-hand corner, because you're like so small compared to that person. And I got intimidated. I really did.
Well, how do you think I feel? He's right behind me.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he could crush your head with his hands.
You have to go like this, Mossman.
See, run as fast, run away as fast as you can run away, man.
The question, Mossman, is if you carry only Sony cameras and you're running away from it?
Well, Maz has the Canon gear now too, so he's got Nikon and Canon, and so, you know, which is cool. I mean, I think it's cool that when you can shoot multiple brands. I mean, I just have
Confusing, though.
I just have enough trouble knowing the one menu system to try to learn a second one.
It is confusing.
Yeah. No, but I agree with you, Jeff. I mean, I do the clip. I haven't done any YouTube video, and I open them, you know, week after that with QuickTime. They look good to be the 4K 120 on even on the TV. They look good quality. Now you still have to learn and spend the time to make it a good production quality so that you can post it for somebody else to see it. But the occasional clip, so I'm gathering a series of clips as I go along through the year. But the 4K 120 to me look fantastic. Apart from what you told me, don't play the sound. The animals are going to sound weird, correct?
Oh yeah, you can't. Well, the thing with 4K, I'll be honest with you. I shoot 4K 120 lots of
All the
times
time.
for the wrong reason.
Okay.
And I'll admit it. I use it for the wrong reason.
Stabilization.
Because I don't always feel like lugging around a tripod or my monopod. And when I'm shooting with an 800 lens, I'm going to have shake unless I can brace myself against something, lean against a tree, lean over a fence, and like the other day, I was leaning over a fence and it was not a flattering photo opportunity. It would have made a great video for someone to insult me. I'm hanging over the fence. I got my hand on the lens and the body. My elbows are jammed into the one side of the fence, and my butt's sticking out the other end, and I'm filming. And somebody walked by and said, "Oh, that's a pretty picture." Meaning my butt sticking out, into the, but I do the 4K 120. Sometimes I want it because the bird is eating something, and I want everybody to see the action of it eating or getting prey or whatever. And sometimes I'll admit it's because I'm lazy and I want to try to minimize the motion when I slow it down in the photo editing process, and then you don't see the jumping and movement as much. If I have it on a good tripod and I'm shooting at a flock of birds or something, then yeah, I'll even flip it to 4K 30, 4K 24, because I don't need to slow it down. If they're just like, preening themselves or having fun with their friends, and 4K 30, 4K 24, that's fine. But I'll do the 4K 120, and sometimes I'll shoot 4K 120 and I'll say I don't want to slow it down at all, and I don't slow it down, so I end up with a bigger file. That's the cost. I have a bigger file, and I chose not to slow it down. So that's the truth. I'm being honest. I don't profess to be a video wizard. I as they say, I know enough to get myself in trouble.
So it's easy to stabilize, and you can clip out the jerkiness if you're not smooth panning. Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's good.
And sometimes the jerk that I'm cutting out is me. But
can't you use handbrake or something to reduce
Jeff and Leslie are taking off. I just noticed. I hope you're still here long enough to say goodnight to you. Thanks for coming on. David Stewart took off as well. Yeah, David had technical difficulties. He was, I think he started off a couple miles away from his campsite, near where a farmer, I think we said, was getting, I don't know if he was getting hay or doing bales of hay or something. And he said, I don't know, we'll see how this works out. And then he kind of lost the strength of his signal and he had to leave us. But it was nice of him to stop by. So Mozman, you want to give us a initial Canon review of what how you feel to date with your Canon experience?
I mean, I've only shot it. I think I talked about a little bit last week or maybe the week before. I've only shot it a couple of times since then. The hardest part for me is just the controls. It's really hard to go back and forth between the Z9 and the R5 because your muscle memory you're reaching for buttons that aren't there. So that the hardest part for me is just trying to get the control down. If there's a bird in flight, I definitely struggle a little bit at first. But if there's static subjects, then it's no problem, obviously, because you can take your time. But I don't have the muscle memory yet to be quick with the camera.
Now, how ergonomically, how does it feel in your hand versus a Z9? And weight-wise, does it feel better balanced? Does it feel almost too light in your hand? I mean, how do you feel about when you hold that camera in your hand?
Well, I mainly shoot it here. Hold on, let me grab it. I mainly shoot it with the 1:500. So this right here. But I mean, obviously, it's a lot lighter than the Z9. The Z9, even with the 400-4.5, which is a light lens. Obviously, this is lighter than that. But in terms of weight, it doesn't really make a difference to me if I'm shooting that at the Z9. The weight's not really a factor, honestly.
Now, is the positioning of the controls and the menu buttons like in totally different areas where it just gets confusing? Or
yeah, I mean that. But one of the things that I do like about the R5 is the way I have it set it up. I have back button focus, and I have different focus modes and different buttons on the back that I can click to go into single point, or if I want to go to 3D tracking, I've got another button that's right next to that. But what's neat is you can take a piece of the viewfinder, the LCD screen on the back, and you can map it to be your control, so like your thumb control. So instead of using your wheel and your little joystick there with your thumb, you can use part of the LCD screen, and you can map it to any part of the screen you want. So I map it to the upper right. So when my thumb goes over there, it's a lot quicker using the screen to navigate your cursor than it is the button. So that is kind of nice. I do like that. It's quicker.
Wow.
But like I said, it's getting that muscle memory and getting your thumb over there. It's tricky. So it's definitely something that's going to take some practice. But honestly, I do prefer it to the joystick.
Okay.
Now, do you hate the card door on it, just like people hate the Z9?
No, I don't hate any card doors. I mean, they are what they are, right?
Yeah.
So Tim, you say that it works like a trackpad?
Yeah, exactly. It's like a
Okay.
trackpad. You take a little
Alright.
piece of that LCD or that screen on the back and just map it, and it becomes your trackpad.
Okay, it's
So-
interesting. Yeah, I'm okay with the joystick. The only thing with the C9, when the first recommendations on setting, I set it up like, I don't know, it was Steve Perry or somebody else that makes some recommendations on the speed that it tracks across the.
Yeah,
I found that the way that I set it up according with the recommendation was too fast to me, and then so I had to adjust it so that I can move it with more precision.
yeah.
I do like to certainly for using the 3D tracking, correct, on the C9. I find that if I can move it close to where the bird is, that helps, and then of course it acquires the 3D tracking, and then off you go. So I do use the joystick quite a bit.
I wish the joystick. Do you remember the old IBM ThinkPads with a little red nipple in the middle of the keyboard?
Yeah.
I wish the
kinda
joystick was more like
had
that.
like a
So
rough
the more you
texture
moved it,
to
the
it.
faster it would go across the screen.
Exactly, like it's
I
more
wish there was
rubber.
some sort of control like that. Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay.
it kind of felt like sandpaper.
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
It was really rough, and that was kind of neat on the old ThinkPads.
Yeah.
The IBM ThinkPads, which I think they still use it when IBM sold it to Levino. I think don't the Levino models
they
still
still
use
have it.
it? Still
it's
use
been a
that little
while.
red button or whatever you want to call it.
I think they may still have it. Hey, one of the reasons I jumped on here too was to put this lens on camera. I don't know if you want to.
Let me bring you up to the big screen.
All right.
Okay.
So
Uh-huh.
that's the Venus Optics. That's a Laowa. That's the 2x macro.
Oh,
I got
okay.
this lens before Nikon released their Z macros, but I had a side chat with Albert earlier, and he was saying that he gets a lot of flack online for recommending those lenses or talking about those lenses. People obviously have never used them, never even seen them, and they want to debate the quality of the lenses. These lenses are fantastic quality. I don't know if any of you guys have ever shot one or if you own any, but the quality is just incredible. And don't take my word for it. Just go down to B&H, and all the reviews for these lenses, they're all 4 or 5 star reviews. So anyone out there that has never used a Venus Optics lens or is on the fence about getting one, don't hesitate, because they are definitely quality lenses.
Now,
And
are they kind of? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gustavo.
No, I was asking what kind of macro have you been doing with that one? Flowers or insects?
That one right there. Well, I mean, the downside obviously to it is it's manual focus.
Yeah.
I don't really use it much anymore. I have the 105 now, and I have the 50 macros from Nikon. But so I don't really use it much. But it does have. It is a 2x macro, which is nice.
Okay. Wow.
Oh man, that's. Yeah.
And I think I don't know what I think I paid like $500 for it. I think they're less now. I think they're probably like $450 these days. But I mean, you can't go wrong if you're doing something. As long as you're not doing insects or something like that, it's a heck of a lens. I don't know if I'd want to shoot insects with a manual focus macro. I suppose you can if you just you get your technique down and you rock back and forth. But
well, I think at 2x, the image size of the insect's going to scare the heck out of you anyway. gonna do one of these. You're gonna do one of these back and forth, and you're gonna get on the eye or something of the insect, and you're gonna go, "Oh my God, look at it!" Talk about camera shake, right? You'll never get a picture.
No, but I mean, you should. But whatever. I mean, I do the occasional macro with the 105. Fantastic. Obviously, the autofocus has the benefit that if if there is a little bit of a breeze and the flower is moving a little bit, it focuses. The images are great. I mean, you get away with a lot. But
Yeah.
I tell you, guys, even the other day I was, waiting for some birds, and there was some butterflies coming into the flowers, right? And actually was shooting macro with the 800. It's great for. I mean, you shoot with whatever, or you see something, and if that's the lens that you had on, you go for it.
So the images from my last video of the butterfly on the flowers,
Okay,
that's with the 800.
exactly,
That's with the 800. I mean, that's what I had on me. I was there to shoot hummingbirds,
exactly.
and hummingbirds didn't show up. And I said, well, I'm here. There's some flowers. There's some butterflies. I could use this. That's what I had, man. I didn't bring my macro with me. Or
The image, the image were great. I mean,
I mean, I like the 24. I like the 24 with 120 is a good close focusing lens, or the 100 to 400 for that matter. But I think the 24 to 120 is slightly more magnification than the 100 to 400. But I like using either of those lenses. The thing with a macro lens is your depth of field is so finite that unless you could do stacking, unless you have something that's not moving and you could do stacking, you focus on the stamen of the flower. That's the only thing that's going to be in focus is the stamen of the flower. You don't
want the whole flare in focus anyway. You want it to be a little bit soft.
Yeah. So it's a different creature. When you're
one thing I did recently, Jeff, which as everybody here evolved with their use of the C9 and C8 and the C6 is reprogram buttons, correct? You're constantly adapting, correct? So one thing that I did, because I was shooting some macro, is to remap one of the buttons that previously I was using for one of the autofocus mode that I don't use anymore for the depth of field preview. And
yeah.
Because it's up to a certain f-stop that you can see that in the EBF, but after that you have to have that map, and actually work fantastic. So I'm actually one of the front buttons, I think it's the F2, is now programmed for depth of field preview, because I missed that from actually the DSLRs and the manual focus. I used to do that.
Yeah, I did the same thing. It's funny. I don't remember what button it is because I don't do the macro often enough. But I did program a button on my camera for depth of field preview as well. But I'll be darned right now that I remember which one it is. But
I'm using it a lot more now because this time of the year there is a lot more opportunity for flowers and stuff like that, correct? Yeah. So certainly I'm working with the 105. Put the field preview in one of the buttons that I'm using all the time.
Yeah, I always use that on my DSLRs, exactly. On my SLRs all the time. I mean,
exactly. Data banks.
So that's one thing I come back to, and that's again going back to the benefit of the new technology is that you constantly are adapting your shooting to your camera, and it's like a cycle of loops that you go through, correct?
Yeah.
They guarantee you that each of us here, the initial settings that we have when we got the cameras were very different to what we have today. Not only because there is software updates that make some irrelevant or there is new things coming up, but for sure is that evolution of your knowing your equipment and getting to know, hey, I need this button on a hand.
Well, I mean, I never used them before, but I have I think I have one button set up for the custom size,
Mhm.
and I sized it to be wide and not very tall, kind of like a ruler, you know,
Yeah.
but not very tall.
Yeah,
And what I'll use that for is if I have a row of birds,
exactly.
I'll move that whole line across their faces,
Exactly.
and I'll focus
Oh, no.
on those birds in that way, rather than using a different autofocus mode.
Okay.
And it's kind of cool too. Like when you have lots of times you'll get groups of birds, and they're like in stages. You know, you got the foreground element is a row of birds. Then you could have a whole different gender of bird in like the middle row going across, and then you got more birds in the background. And when you have that long bar, you could selectively focus and say, I'm going to have the front row blurry and the back row blurry and have the middle row sharp, or however you want to do it.
And I tell you also where all those customizable focus areas play a role is on the, as you can imagine, I have been experimenting a lot with this auto capture release. In the auto capture release, actually, some of the initial advice that came even from Rishi about using that mode that takes the entire sensor, I don't use that. I actually prefer a customizable area because I can say I want things to be focused in here, and in combination with being able to disable certain areas for movement, that worked fantastic for the hummingbird. I may send you some pictures. So you need, like any equipment, you need to experiment a little bit, right? The initial advice that you get, even from guys like Rishi, probably hasn't used it that much when the time he had to put the video to promo the new feature, correct?
Oh, Roy took off. I
Roy had to leave.
didn't see the private chat. Sorry about that.
So Tim, what about the autofocus on the R5?
No complaints really. I mean, I don't find it to be vastly superior to anything else. You know, I lose focus with that just like I lose focus with the Z9. It really depends on the situation. You know, I did find that I actually may lose focus a little bit more, and it's really hard to gauge these things, as you know, because you're never shooting the same exact scenarios.
Exactly.
But when you have two groups of birds and they're flying by one another, the R5 will almost always lose focus and grab a different bird. With the Z9, I don't know that I see that as much, but it's so hard to put two scenarios and you know, say that they're similar when you're out in the field, and you know, they're different birds sometimes, and you know, the lighting is different. So, but I did notice that the R5, if there were more than one group of birds and they were flying past one another, it would always lose focus. It would always grab a different bird.
Now, does the Canon have that same adjustment that the Nikon does, where you can adjust
in terms of speed,
how long it waits before it changes focus when something gets in front of it?
Yeah, there's a few different ways you can tweak it, very similar to how Nikon has their setup.
Okay.
I think the one cool thing about the Canon is it's a little bit more helpful in terms of the menus. It sort of it gives you examples of what type of action you're shooting in terms of how to set that functionality, which Nikon doesn't have. But you can read the book with Nikon, you can watch a video. People have that pretty well figured out. But at least with the Canon, it does give you a baseline of where to start depending upon what you're shooting.
Yeah, sometimes the question mark feature in the Nikon doesn't always give you any information depending on what you're trying to get information on. Sometimes you hit it, something pops up. Sometimes you hit it, nothing pops up. So it's a hit or miss with that. I wish it worked on really everything.
I'll tell you the biggest disappointment, and I talked about this, I think, with you on the phone last week, with the R5 for me, is that, I bought the Axon CMOS so I could record the screen, so I can take some videos and possibly show, how the focus system works on the R5 compared to the Z9. But with the R5, when you have an external monitor hooked up, you cannot use the EVF or the LCD. The video
Wow.
just goes through that external monitor. So I can't hold the camera like I normally would and try and shoot it and record the screen, because everything just goes to that external display. And it's really hard to use your camera with that external display on top as though you're shooting it, to shoot a bird. Maybe if I put it on a tripod, but not hand holding it, it was hard to do that. It's not going to work. But on the Z9, it's great. You can use the EVF, you can use the LCD on the back of the screen, no issues. But with the R5, and I looked into it, and there's a lot of people that are asking the same thing for that functionality to come out in firmware, and they've been asking for it for a few years. So it hasn't happened yet. You can do it in video mode, but you can't do it in stills mode, which was a little disappointing.
Yeah. One thing with this, Jeff, I don't know if you notice any difference since you also use the 800 and the 500, is that the 500 PF. I do like that the update that when you move your manual focus, the little indication of how many meters or feet away it's focusing. So it guides you which direction to move if you lose focus, whether you want to go far or near. So that scale that forms the work like give you a range of the how far the object is, correct? Which only work with the Z lenses. I like it. I like it. So when I switch to the 500 PF, I miss that, correct? Because I want to see, am I at 10 meters or 5 meters or 2 meters? It is really a kind of thing that they add that you don't think it's going to be useful, but then you find it looking at and using it, correct?
Yeah, there's so many things there's still so many things on the camera that, well, I want to try just so I can say I tried it. See, that's the thing. There's stuff on the camera that I'd like to try just so I can talk about it more intelligently or say I've tried it. But by the same token, there are some features on the camera that, for how I choose to shoot, I'm never going to use them.
Exactly.
There's one thing when we talk about and say, well, you really got to understand your camera. Well, and I am a big proponent of that. You need to understand your camera, but I'll caveat that statement by saying you have to understand
for your needs
the camera for how you're going to use it. It doesn't mean that you have to have tried out every single button combination, feature, function, whatever, because it is so customizable. You get it for what you need for what you do, and you get really proficient at that. And then if you like that
the capture release,
that new capture feature,
yes,
with being able to set it so if something crosses the field of my camera at this angle, it'll shoot. I can set it so if something comes in at this angle from the top right hand corner of my viewfinder and comes across this way, it's going to turn on the video and do it. And if it comes straight at me, it's not going to record it. You know what I'm saying? All those kind of features are nice to have, but how often am I going to use it? I want to try it, but I loaded the. Let me see if I have it here. Give me a second here. Yeah, there's a Z9 auto capture guide that's a PDF file.
Oh, okay.
That I found on Nikon USA's site.
Okay.
And I feature because I'm a guy that's going to read about it first before I try it.
So that's for the auto capture.
Yeah.
Oh no, I tell you, nowadays I do auto capture every day in the morning, right? Because that nest that I have, I take the camera, put it on the auto capture because it has a time window of good light for maybe an hour and a half. I love that auto capture. I
Yeah.
love it. But
I live in an area where no one has bird feeders. No one has hummingbird feeders. The only birds you see are the birds that irritate you. Uh, uh,
but
I'll do video sometimes I'll get goslings or ducklings, uh, the mallard ducks and the Canadian geese, and I'll get their babies and I'll get video of that sometimes. I'll get occasionally I'll get some swans. Once in a great while, maybe a great blue heron will fly in near my property, or a great egret, but it's like one, just a singular bird. Um, I actually had my backyard is fenced, so my dog could go out. I bought the house; it had a fence already in it, already there. And occasionally I've had an eagle sitting on the top of my fence.
wow.
But unfortunately, by the time I get my camera and as soon as I open the door off my screen porch to take a picture, because I don't want to shoot through the screen, the door swings open, the eagle flies off.
Well, that's the use for auto capture.
That's right. That's right.
Exactly. You
Well,
put it there.
if I had something like you're saying, if I had a nest,
Exactly.
nesting bird, I could set up my tripod, and like you said, I could be sitting there in the house having a bowl of cereal
Exactly.
and let the camera just set up the camera and let the camera do all the work. And yeah, if I had subject matter like that, I would be using it every
What
day.
about those strikes that you have those at one time?
I have the shrikes, and I can't stand the shrikes.
Oh my God!
I don't.
That's a cool bird.
They're aggressive.
I know.
They actually
Predators.
fly at me and they attack my dog.
They are
Fly
predators.
at me when I'm cutting my lawn because they like to build a nest on some lattice that's on the side of my neighbor's porch. And the separation between my property line and his property line is only like 3 feet, 4 feet at the most.
Oh my God!
So when I'm cutting my lawn, their nest is like I can almost reach out and touch the nest from my fence. I mean, pretty darn close.
Okay.
They don't like me being that close. They start dive bombing me or they're coming at me.
Auto capture. Auto capture.
Yeah. So you get me going like this. Get away! Get away! It'll be like an Alfred Hitchcock movie, The Birds.
But that's a pretty interesting bird that, as you know, have been in decline across most of the United States. Pretty interesting behavior. So no, what I'm saying is that for sure that auto capture opened a new set of windows and possibilities, right? And the same with the pre-release. The only thing with the pre-release is that it's not raw. It's this JPEG file, and I did try. It worked fantastic, but certainly you have the limitation that when you go back to editing, you compromise quite a bit, correct? But those are good technologies. I have been, as I told you, I have been using auto capture quite a lot. So I do recommend it here to the fellow photographers to try it. But it's not. It's you have to play with it. So that's surprised that you mentioned that it's a PDF. I would like to see that. Right?
Yes. It's what I'll do is I'll email it to you.
Okay.
I'll email it to you. There's some Chosen by Design is talking about Canon users, Nikon users, loyal to the bone, right here till they start shooting Sony or Fuji. Well, I have held Sony cameras. The only Sony camera that feels reasonable in my hand is the A1. the other Sony bodies, the distance between the finger grip and the lens body is too close, and my fingers get pinched. So from an ergonomic standpoint, not a functional standpoint, okay, not a functional standpoint, but from an ergonomic standpoint, I myself can't use most of the Sony cameras. They're just not ergonomic. And I don't have the biggest hands in the world. I mean, they're not gorilla hands, but they're big enough, you know. And it doesn't work for me. But I meet a lot of female photographers that love Sony because of the camera's light, it's small, their fingers are slender, their fingers aren't fat and large like a guy's. Their fingers fit around that grip perfectly. They love the camera, and more power to them. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with it at all. It just doesn't personally work for me. And I don't have, I myself, I have 30 cameras behind me. Okay. But I can't afford to, at one time I had a Panasonic Lumix. They still sell the camera, and normally you could get 2 kit lenses. Sometimes from B&H, you'd get the body and 2 lenses, and it was like $500. You'd get it. Sometimes they'd sell it for like 40% off, and it was a great camera. But the problem is, I didn't use it enough where I memorized the menu system. And when I thought about using it for, let's say, taking to Connecticut when I went to see my kids or something, and just didn't want to bring my big gear with me, I had to go through the manual and learn the camera before I left. It was a pain in the neck, and I just said, me having 2 different brands of cameras is not working out because, like I said, I just get so used to the menu system of one, and then not having to have repetitive lenses, for a second body that's a different brand, gets very hurts you in the wallet too much, So I just haven't gone that way. But I don't have anything against. I mean, I looked at a lot of Fuji cameras. I've held a lot of Fuji cameras, but they're also a very small body as well, and I tend to like the chunkier bodies. I got the D850, obviously. It's a chunky body. I got the Z9. It's a chunky body. It just works for me. A Z8 would probably work fine for me as well. I mean, Z6 and C7 body format to me is marginally getting a little bit small for me. If Nikon comes out with a ZF camera, I hope it's at a minimum a Z8 body size, not a Z7 body size. I hope it's a little bit bigger, but we'll see. We'll see when it comes out, if it comes out. But everybody can have a story about a camera brand. I mean, anybody has like one disastrous thing happen to them with a camera brand that turns them off, and they're going to just say, "I hate that camera brand." And lots of times that happens. You have a catastrophic failure. You were on a money making thing, and the camera craps out on you. Then you go, don't work for me. I'm getting rid of that brand. I'm going with somebody else. But, the same thing can happen with that brand too, and none of these cameras are perfect any more than automobiles are,
Oh, and for sure, quality of the contents, like Jeff and Leslie and everybody here, I'm more interested on that than in the actual camera. It's just that as we use certain camera, we pass at, whatever we learn.
Yeah, and when people switch over, and I got more upset than I should have probably, but even though it wasn't directed at me, I got very upset when everybody went down Bayou Josh's throat when he switched from Nikon to Sony. It's like, why do you care? I watched his work because I liked his work. The camera is a tool. I don't care what tool you use. I care about the body of your work. And I liked his style of doing videos and how he did the videos. And you'd see him walking through the trails or whatever. And you had that good B-roll footage. The devil is with us. The devil.
Let it out, Jeff.
But I really felt bad for the guy. He did not deserve the treatment that he got from his audience. I'll never watch his show again. He's a traitor. He's the enemy. He's a consumer. He bought a product. He had a need for a certain thing. He couldn't get it. He had to switch. That's his choice.
I felt the same as you, Jeff. But I believe that what happened is when that happened, the community was very sensitive, correct? Because there were a lot of people waiting for the new camera. There was some sensitivities there.
The communities are always sensitive.
Exactly.
It's just a piece of gear, folks. It's like your life is not going to end. Your life's not going to end if somebody takes away your Nikon and hands you a Canon, or somebody takes away your Sony and gives you a Fuji. You'll figure it out, and you'll be like, "Oh, this works."
Bit of immaturity.
Yeah, I mean,
in the community.
As I tell my now older children, sometimes I'll say, "Put on your big boy pants now."
Exactly.
I mean, stop being a baby. Put on your big boy pants. Stop being a crybaby. Deal with it. Jonathan D. La Rosa. Hello. Off topic. Has anybody used a GoPro for quick, easy underwater photography? I have not. Once again, it's another investment. I thought about getting a GoPro for B footage so that I could film. I can have the GoPro filming me while I'm filming something else, or have it where you're watching me walk, where I'm going, and you see that on the video. And I just didn't drop the coin. I seem to be dropping the coin in two areas. I keep picking up lenses, like I'm on the list for the 180-6. So I keep buying lenses, which is starting to. I got to slow down on that. And I keep buying old cameras, and I got to stop doing that as well. But we all have our vices, right? So, yeah, I think GoPros. If I'm real Nikon lover, is saying his daughter and son-in-law are divers, use GoPro extensively for underwater. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think
they're rated to 10 meters.
I think they're only good for 30 feet, correct?
Exactly, 10 meters. Yeah, that's what I recall.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's great especially if you're like in the Bahamas or something and you're snorkeling. Basically, the coral is right underneath you. You're swimming above some elkhorn coral or brain coral, larger coral formations, and the fish are all around you. And basically, you hold your breath, you go down 5 feet, your subject's right there. Yeah, those cameras are gonna work pretty good for that. I mean, even I think there are some. There used to be some 35 millimeter underwater cameras as well that were in their own waterproof housing. Same deal. They might have only been good for like 30 feet. I don't remember which ones they were now, but I know they did make them.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think, Jonathan, for backyard pool, the GoPro will work fantastic.
Oh yeah, yeah. And like I
Yeah,
said,
but
like I was saying before, that's cool for getting that shot part underwater, part above water. You know.
yeah. Well, I don't know, Jeff, if you recall, because I have the other thing is as different wavelength get filtered by the water.
Yeah.
Right? When you are at 10 meters, everything, even with brilliant colors, is going to look blue. Correct? Because different wavelengths get filtered.
Yeah.
Correct? And that's why you need to use the flash. Remember when we were talking about, because you have to bring the light source with you so that you can see the true colors of whatever is on the water. So certainly all these non-flash underwater cameras, I think they're limited in the first 10 meters of depth.
Well, yeah, I think if you're able to shoot something that's 10 feet or less, you're going to have the color. You start going past 10 feet, certain colors are going to go away first. By the time you hit 30 feet, you're not going to have any color at all. And the trick with that is, even if you're snorkeling, buy an underwater flashlight,
Exactly.
dive light, and illuminate. Have your partner or your friend or your snorkeling buddy or whoever's with you take turns. Illuminate that piece of coral with the fish around it. Take the picture. Then you switch off and your buddy gets the camera and you're shining the light. And those underwater lights are not stupidly expensive. They're reasonably priced. Let me see. I'm just looking at the comments quick because I know we've probably missed a whole bunch of things that people brought up, and I apologize for that. We have to. My friend Bob from Bob Our Photos, he has probably thousands of hours over the years of video footage where he mounted GoPro cameras on his motorcycle helmet, and he had two of them on his motorcycle, one on his helmet, maybe one off the handlebars or something, and he would film all his 300-mile plus trips that he took on his motorcycle, and now he has all that video from all the trips he went on.
We got Wayne back here. It was the Gobi Desert.
Hello, Wayne. Gobi Desert. I don't want to ask you how hot was it. How hot is it in the Gobi Desert? Dry heat, I'm sure, but I mean, I'm sure it's over 100 degrees, is it not?
When I think about Gobi Desert, is fossil hunting. Fantastic place for dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was always into dinosaurs when I was a kid, and then when I was a diver, I did a lot of reading up on sharks. I really I admire sharks. I mean, most people get scared to death of them, and I'm not saying that when I ran into them or I dove with them that I looked at them like in the same context as a parrotfish or something like that. I mean, you're aware that creature can do you harm, and your alert level is high. But I never had an issue with a shark. But yeah, I mean, I've had them get very close to me, within 3 feet. I had a big nurse shark one time. All the divers were laughing. They were all sitting on the bottom of the ocean laughing because they could see it happen. Big coral outcropping in the water, and here's Jeff swimming up one side of the coral, and here's a big nurse shark swimming up the other side of the coral. I can't see the shark can't see me, and then we get to the top, and we're like, we're right face to face, and of course, I got I'm all of a sudden everybody just hears me go, and they're all sitting there on the bottom of the ocean laughing and pointing and laughing because they can see it happening.
Okay. So Wayne is on the move in the Gobi Desert.
Phil, have a good one. Thanks for coming in.
Did Wayne say what the temperature is there right now?
No, he lost his signal. He didn't comment on that.
I was going to go shoot motocross tonight. They had a night racing, which I was interested in going seeing, but it was over 100 degrees, so I decided not to go.
Yeah, he just said he's traveling over miles and miles of open space. That describes a desert pretty well.
Here us in Colorado, actually, getting a little bit hotter, but for us, it's having unusually wet. Right?
We're just in that cycle here of hot and steamy, get that real bad storm, and then hit the rewind button and hit play for the next day, and the same thing.
Looks like it's in the 80s in the Gobi Desert. It's not bad.
Oh man, that's like cool, man.
Yeah.
And certainly dry. 80s is very pleasant.
Yeah.
And John could tell us about crossing Mongolia in SUVs. I'm sure that's bumpy as all heck. Of course, I think it's probably pretty bumpy on a lot of the when you go to Africa, even though you have paths that the safari vehicles have kind of made. It's still bumpy.
I'm sure that those safari vehicles give you a good workout. You're standing up and they keep moving, and then
you talk about having your sensor moving around in your camera body, right? You're in that vehicle, and the camera and you are going up and down and up and down.
That's actually a concern. People's equipment have broken just riding off road and on safari or.
And actually, that's one of the things that I do is when I'm carrying my camera, moving location. I have a Jeep, correct? So I take some dirt roads here. I actually make sure to switch it off. One of the features of the C9, remember, was that when the image stabilization, you switch the camera off, it's actually locks the image.
Locks it, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's an important thing to people to remember. If you're driving, switch your camera off. Don't leave it on.
And a lot of brands don't do that, and people don't realize that. It's just like a couple things that, some little things that Nikon does. That's one of them. And then the shutter shield. Some people say, "Oh, my camera has a shield," but it's not you're using your shutter itself. You're not using a separate. You're not using You're using your delicate shutter on some model cameras, as the shield to prevent stuff from getting on your sensor. Versus, obviously you don't have a mechanical shutter on the Z9, so you have the shutter shield, but the shutter shield is a lot more robust than a regular shutter mechanism would be. And if you and I would rather accidentally touch a shutter shield than accidentally touch my shutter.
Hey Jeff, say Sony shutter shield 3 times really fast.
Sony shutter shield, Sony shutter shield, Sony shutter shield. Not bad.
Not bad. Not bad.
Not bad.
But that's the kind of things that is good to discuss in our community here, because not because we are Nikon Center, but just because we want to pass the recommendations. I mean, for sure, one of the things, and I have that discussion with Roy before, that I would like to have is that the shutter shield actually engage as soon as you try to change your lenses. And he say, you should not do that. Yes, I know that, but I guarantee you, in the heat of trying to capture something, many times, even still nowadays, I try to switch the camera, put the converter, and the camera is on. So I think that will be a great addition. That when, as soon as the camera senses that you are trying to change lenses, the shutter shield comes down.
Yeah.
Because in the, when you are outside shooting wildlife, there's a lot of dust, pollen, everything, right? So there are some improvements that can be done uh, to the cameras that would make it better, right? Actually, we should make a show about that. What are the 5 improvements that you would like to see on your cameras?
Well,
Right?
I've been having a fit with crud getting on my sensor, and
Okay.
I complained to Ozman about this one day. Tim, we were talking, and I said, "I'll tell you," I said, "I spent an hour one time cleaning my sensor, and I have every gadget you can imagine to clean the sensor. I've got, obviously, I have the blower. I have the Arctic butterfly, the static brush that you used to be able to get. You spin it, it develops a charge, brush it across the sensor, it's supposed to pick up the dust. I even recently bought what I call the gummy bear on a stick. That's sticky, and you can touch it on the sensor, but every time you touch it on the sensor, you have to then touch it on some sticky paper to take whatever you got on the gummy bear now goes on that sticky piece of paper. And then you got to go tap, tap, tap. It's a pain in the neck. And, so I have that. And then I have your traditional two different types of fluid with the wipes. I have those too. So I spent a long time one day cleaning that sensor. The dust would show up in my videos. I didn't see it in my stills, but it would show up in my videos. It would drive me nuts. I would clean the sensor, and no lie, I cleaned the sensor. I'd already cleaned the back of the lens, the front of the lens prior. Put it on the body. Put it on the bed for the next morning. Took it off the bed, never changed the lens, never touched it. Decided to look through the viewfinder one more time in DX mode, video mode, DX mode, pointed at the sky, stopped the lens down all the way, and there was dust there again. And the camera just sat there and did not do anything from the time I cleaned it till the next day. And I've been meaning to call Nikon USA about it because I don't want to start, well, I guess I could start a rumor. I don't know. It's not based on any fact, but you got to say to yourself, if the sensor and the glass was impeccably clean at 9 o'clock at night, and then at 6 o'clock in the morning, I pick it up and all I did was turn the camera on, and I got crud on the sensor again. Where is it coming from? And the only thing I can think of is I don't know if the shutter shield has some type of coating material on it, and if that coating material is starting to flake off. So I want to call Nikon USA and I want to ask them, because I have had to spend an exorbitant amount of time cleaning my sensor, and you really don't want to use the liquid with the wipes on your sensor all the time. That's like a last resort. You want to be able to just use the blower and get rid of it. But these specs will not show go away with any method other than the moistened wipe.
Okay.
And it's very, very, very frustrating, and it's very, very time consuming.
And you can see it, Jeff. You can see when you inspect the sensor. Do you see the little dots
No.
or not?
Cannot see it with the naked eye.
Oh, brother.
Cannot see it with the naked eye. Cannot see it shining a light on the sensor.
Okay.
Putting it near a light bulb underneath a lampshade. Can't see it.
Do you have a loop?
Okay.
Can you see it through a loop?
Well, I have a loop, but the problem is the loop I had was like one of these sensor cleaning kits where the loop has a light on it, and the light actually makes it worse because it reflects off the color of the sensor.
Yeah.
And you can't see anything other than reflections of the LED lights. So the thing is, the only time you see it is in the video, and the only time you could see that your sensor's dirty is you have to be in video mode, DX crop,
Okay.
stop the lens down all the way, whatever it is. If you got a lens that goes down to f32, stop it down to f32, point it at the sky. If you see dust, then it will show up in your video. But you won't see that dust with your eyeball. You just won't see it. You just won't see it.
Okay.
You know, and then of course when you see the dust, if you're looking through the viewfinder and it looks like the dust is at the top, the physical dust is really at the bottom.
Exactly. It's reverse.
Yeah. So it's just becoming a very irritating thing.
But that's what I'm telling you, Jeff. That happens somewhere in the field. You're changing lenses.
I don't change my lenses in the field.
Wow.
That's my point. If I shoot with the 800, if I decide that day, I'll decide today I'm using my 500. I shoot with the 500. I don't take it off the camera. I shoot with the 800. I don't take it off the camera. So where is the dust? Where are these specks coming from? Just very now chosen by design, saying the dust pattern looks like a tiny liquid drop when I focus on the sky. Well, there's a difference because your lens is good enough to actually pick up on particulates that are in the sky. Okay, you could pick up on particulates that are in the sky with your lens, and it's not stuff on your sensor. In my case, you know, when I see it and I clean it with the liquid, and then I put the lens back on and I stop it down to f32 and I'm looking at the sky, I don't see anything. But sometimes due to atmospheric conditions, or let's say you have a forest fire nearby or something like that, you can pick up stuff that looks like spots, but the spots are real. The spots are not on your sensor. It's actually spots that are in the sky. So it's like it drives you crazy. Yeah, and as Jim says, it's sure as heck isn't dandruff. Well, I could get, maybe I have dandruff in my eyebrows or my nose hairs. I don't know, you know, maybe something weird like that. But
start waxing your eyebrows and we'll see.
Yeah, let me blink my eyelids 100 times fast. Maybe it's on my eyebrows, my eyelids. I don't know. But
that's where it will be good to have like a local Nikon rep that could, you know, clean your camera on demand, right? Rather than having to send to, you know, to the repair service center. Right?
Well, that's what's nice if you could be a where MPS. I get frustrated with the MPA requirements because like my friend's a member, and he all the time he buys the high end, he pays for the high end plan, and he brings sends his camera out all the time to get reconditioned, have his exposure meter recalibrated. They check the rubber pieces that cover up your ports on the side of your camera. If the
Wow.
rubber's starting to deteriorate, they'll put new rubber on the can. It doesn't cost them anything. It's all part of that plan. Gets the rubber replaced. They check the rubber on the grip. They clean the whole camera. They recalibrate the exposure meter, and he gets it back. It's if he's behind on
A week.
firmware, they update his firmware. I mean, everything.
Okay.
And it's great. And I would love to be able to send mine out, but I have to pay for it.
Okay, I think Real Nikon Lover also have the same situation here.
Yeah, and when I use the clean, I have had absolutely zero luck using the clean sensor function on the camera to ever get rid of any spots that I saw. It never did anything. And I have to wonder that if you have some dust, think about it, if you have some dust on the sensor and you use that function and the sensor vibrates, those particulates are going to go in the air. They're going to go in the air gap between your sensor and your sensor shield, right? So all you could be doing is shaking that dust particulate from your sensor to your shutter shield. So now the next time your shutter shield opens and closes, the dust now falls off the shutter shield and goes back on your sensor again. So I personally think that that feature on these cameras, for the most part, doesn't work. It doesn't work. And all it does is move the dust around. I mean, it's still in there. I mean, it's not like you got some vacuum system inside your camera that sucks the dust out. It just moves it around.
Well, I think it was Steve Perry that actually don't use the only time he used that function is when he's trying to clean the camera and then he put it upside down, then he run it multiple times. So whatever is there gets vibrated out.
Yeah, always, even when you're using the blower, have the camera with the opening down
With the sensor facing
and
down.
blow and let everything fall down. Yeah.
And Roy made a good point here about you spend time cleaning the sensor, go back and clean the rear of the lens, which include not only the actual glass portion, but also all the mount area where there is.
Oh yeah. And you know what's bad about some of the lenses is sometimes the rear element glass, it isn't anywhere near flush to the end.
Exactly.
It could be in a half an inch or an inch or whatever.
To blow it as well.
So you got to go in there with a Q-tip or whatever, and then go in there with an alcohol moistened Q-tip, and then get a dry one and then blow it out, because sometimes the Q-tip fibers break apart and stay in there. It's also a pain in the neck. Everything is a pain in the neck.
Roy here mentioned again the caps, right?
Yeah, your caps, right? Your caps get dusty.
I think you and Chuck actually touched about that one time ago. Those little brushes here.
I have a little brush like this. Okay, I got a little brush like this, and then I've got. Let me get it. I think I had all the women in the grocery store looking at me funny because I was in the cosmetics department. Okay. And I got one of these puffy brushes. These are great for cleaning your body, your camera body.
Yes,
I went into the makeup department.
I don't think it was the brush that made him look at you funny. I think it was the blush that you bought with the brush.
Well, I didn't want to say nothing about that. I kind of like the bronze tone personally. I think it really highlights my cheekbones.
Yeah, but those brushes are good because the bristles are very soft.
Oh, they're
right?
like powder puffs. They're like super soft,
Yeah.
super soft. They're not going to scratch anything. They're great. What's Mozman holding up? Let me.
The same.
Okay.
I don't know if it's going to focus but no, it's
Well,
the same thing.
it was kind of a long blur, but
Yeah,
it looked familiar.
It's the elf brush.
Yeah, that's what I got. The elf brush. So
Same brand.
we go to the same makeup aisle. So you also use blush once in a while too, huh?
Yeah, you know.
You do what you got to do because you got to highlight the cheekbones. I think it's very important, especially if you go on YouTube and you're like us right now. You got to make yourself look as good as you can. Oh, Nancy Jane is here. Hello, Nancy. It's been so long. I have not seen you in a long, long time, and it's great that you joined. Nice to see you again. I hope you're out there getting some great pictures. And it has been a long time. Oh boy, I'm looking back at your original comments here, trying to get a squatter out of a rental home. Oh yeah, there's nothing worse than that. Wow, it's amazing what people can get away with, and the law protects the person that's basically screwing with you. It totally blows me away. Totally blows me away.
Yeah, I mean that stuff really depends on the state you're in too.
Right. Yeah. She said the guy goes in the back and does drugs and drinks, and police picked him up this evening. Good. Good. Yeah, and you know what's bad too is and we've all, and I'm sure we've all done it when Roy's talking about the rear lens caps, even on the front of your lens. Okay, your front lens caps. Where do you normally put your lens cap when you take it off? Probably in your front pocket. Your front pocket of your pants is full of lint and dust and all sorts of, probably even, little pieces of bubble gum or God knows what's in your pocket. Exactly. And then you take the thing out of your pocket and you just go put it right on the front of your lens again. And then you wonder why, gee, I looked through my viewfinder and man, there's a lot of stuff on my lens. When I looked at it, and it all came off that lens cap that you just put back on. It was in your pocket. I mean, you're better off if you had a Ziploc bag, right? Take it off the camera, put it in a Ziploc bag, zip it closed, then put it in your pocket, But we don't
just don't use lens caps.
We don't think that far. We don't think that far ahead.
Well, and that's what I was discussing with Roy that time when we're talking about the sensor shield. Yeah. I mean, when you are in the middle of photographing something in the outdoors, not in a studio, you're reacting to what happened in front of you. Right? Yeah. So you take the cap. That's what I carry the bag. You just drop it in the bag. I don't have time for nothing else.
Oh, my dog is getting antsy here underneath my desk.
I thought that was your stomach.
If you hear any growling or you hear me screaming, she's chewing on my foot.
I heard a little grumbling.
Yeah, what's the matter? What's the matter, Patchy? You want to say hi to everybody? You want to come out and say hi? Huh? No, you just want to make noises, huh? Yeah. But oh my God, Nancy, yeah, I've done that too. Made the mistake of changing a lens on the beach. Oh yeah, man. Woo-hoo-hoo. Oh yeah. Not only do you get sand in your camera, you can get salt spray on your mirror, and if you have a DSLR, you get salt spray on it, or you can get, worst case, you get salt. If you get salt spray on your sensor, that would be a nightmare. Chuck is, well, Chuck's wife was on briefly earlier in the evening, and she just said that there is improvement every day. So no specifics, but nice to hear that he is improving on a daily basis. So I don't know when he's going to be back. I think it's going to be a while. I don't think he's going to be back in a week. We're talking much longer than that, but I don't know how long, really, realistically, but it's going to be a while. And here's a comment here. Real Nikon lover, Jim, shooting photos of a wildland fire here, Southern California. Winds blowing 70 miles an hour with ash flying. Oh yeah, that I can imagine. You even got to worry about if you had something that was flying in the air, that like a burning ember or something that was hot, it could really do some serious damage to your lens, I would think. Damage the coatings on your lens. I'd be really worried about that. That would be a case where I'd put a filter on I'd put a skylight filter or a clear view filter on my lens. Rather have the filter get damaged than my lens. The same thing with the beach, like Nancy. When I'm on the beach, I always have a filter on my lens because of the salt spray and the sand. I'd rather have the filter get covered up, not the lens itself. What's the matter, doggy? What's the problem? Oh, I see the problem. The ball is out of the dog's reach underneath my desk, so I have to disappear for a second. And just to prove that I'm getting a tennis ball and not any other kind of ball. There. Dog is happy now. For a minute, anyway. Nancy, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you coming in. It's been a while. Remember, if you haven't totally left yet, reminder, photo review, August 5th. If you can send me a photo, you can find my email address on my YouTube channel. Otherwise, come back next Saturday. I'll put it on the screen. Send me a photo submission for the 5th. And you can send more than one image. I'm telling people you could send more than one image. If I end up with too many, then I will cut back. Everybody will at least get one image shown. And if I don't get enough submissions, then if somebody sends me 3 images, I'll show all 3. I want to make sure we have plenty of images to look at. So that's how I'm going to play the game.
The topic is squatters.
Yeah. You got any good squatter shots, Nancy? That would be, drug use in progress shots, that kind of stuff, In
all seriousness, though, there is no topic, right?
No, for the photos, no topic. It doesn't have to be a recent photo. It could be something 20 years old. It could be a scanned image. I don't care. Whatever you want to share. And I've gotten pictures from maybe 4 different people so far, and I'll tell you, you're gonna really love what I have so far. I mean, absolutely beautiful stuff, beautiful work by everybody. I mean, really, really good stuff. I mean,
do you want to put your email up for people to send them to?
Yeah, we can do that. We have the technology. Boom. There you go. And a reminder, File size 2048 on the long side, so you're probably going to be 2048 by 1365. That would be that's what mine usually end up being. And you can send more than one photo, and I will also put this up on the screen. Since I'm not going to be able to have you make a phone call and talk about your photo, if you do not wish to go on the panel, because you can send me an email, I'll send you a link to the show. You can then come in, talk about the image. If you don't want people to see you, disable your video feed and we'll just hear your voice. You could do that. Or if you want me to do the talking, write down what you want me to say about your image, and I will repeat what you wrote and sent me and share that with the audience, and that works as well. But I am cutting off the image submission on August 4th at 12 noon, because I mean, you're literally, we talked about this last week, so you almost have 3 weeks to get me a picture. So I am not going to be staying up till 2 a.m. processing pictures on Friday night for the Saturday show. And Chuck was a lot more lenient with that than I'm going to be. But Chuck has a lot more experience doing it. It'll be my first photo review. And I'm sure there's going to be I'm going to do a few trip and fall scenarios during that show. So I will apologize ahead of time because it's bound to happen. It's my first time doing it. So you guys will have to bear with me on that night. And let's see if I had anything else. I did talk about the Sony camera a little bit. But I'll tell you, if you look at I mean, small rig is becoming a very popular company to buy camera plates from, and full rigs, half rigs for cameras. So the small rig has already come out with accessories for the new Sony Alpha A6700 camera, which is kind of like a high-end vlogging camera. And it's a rangefinder style, fully articulating screen. And Small Rig has made a half cage for it. They have a sale. These are all the sale prices. Half cage is $34.90. Full cage kit $49.90. Base plate $24.90. And a dual cold shoe mount for $14.90. So those are their current sale prices. The specs on the A6700 camera are pretty darn impressive. I mean, I give Sony credit, and if I own a lot of old rangefinder cameras, I don't have a problem with a rangefinder camera. The competition for that camera is one of the Fujis. I had it here. I talked about it earlier. Let me find my Fuji commentary. Was a Fuji X-S20, and the Sony A6700 competes with that, and presumably the Canon R7. And but it's got a lot of great features. I mean, I'll just go through some of them. I'm not going to read them all. 26 megapixel APS-C, BSI CMOS sensor, 10 white balance presets, has 5-axis image stabilization for 5 stops. Provides you with 5 stops. RAW plus JPEG. Let's see, 1.5 times crop factor. Fully articulated 3-inch screen. 1,036,800 dots. Touch screen. Electronic viewfinder, 100% coverage. 2.36 million dot resolution. It has aperture and shutter priority plus manual. Has no built-in flash. 11 frames per second. center weighted, highlight weighted, and average spot metering, and multi metering. White balance bracketing, it has that. Shoots 4K 120 10-bit 422. S-Log 3, S-Gamut 3, S-Cinetone, user LUTs. It'll record 2 hours in 4K 30 or more than 40 minutes at 4K 60 on a 128 gigabyte card. Now, it is only a single card in the camera, SD card. I'm assuming UHS-2. Some may find that to be a negative, but you got to look at the price point of the camera as well. 759 phase detect autofocus points in stills, 495 in video, subject recognition, focus bracketing, focus breathing compensation, focus mapping. It's got a lot of features. So if you have an interest, I mean, it's definitely does a lot for the money. Like I said, the Fuji competition though is a traditional mirrorless camera with the viewfinder in the middle of the body. It's not a rangefinder type. So if you're more comfortable with a digital mirrorless, then you might want to look at the Fuji offerings. And of course, Fuji always has their multitude of film simulation types that you could choose from on a Fuji. Roy doesn't care for it. I personally like it. But there is software out there, some software packages or plugins that you could get that offer film simulation looks to your still images as well as your video images. And I did talk about a video enhancement software package earlier that Ray Parker reviewed on his channel. So go to Raymond Parker, and he talks about, I will try to find my commentary here. He talks about a film emulation plugin for Final Cut Pro called Dehancer Pro. It's for almost $400, but might be something you're interested in. You can watch his video. He goes through the features of it. And I like Ray Parker a lot. He's kind of like, he's like a guy that you could definitely chill with and take pictures with. He's super polite gentleman, very knowledgeable. He's been shooting for a long time. And there's nothing wrong with it, with experience. And that's kind of, I think, most of the material that I had put aside for tonight. Now, there was, in my first attempted live stream, which was a test that was done within the, was not using Restream. Excuse me, was not using Restream. I got to get a drink here. It was using YouTube. It was supposed to be a 5-minute test, and then people found me. I guess saw the announcement. I didn't even think of it. I'm thinking, oh, I'm safe. No one's going to see me. I could do this. I could do this. I think Tim was with me doing this. I'm thinking, oh, this is going to be a 5-minute test. All of a sudden, people start popping up in the chat, and ended up being a one hour discussion. Talk about a 1 hour discussion about nothing. But after realizing that YouTube did not allow me to have guests on the panel like we've had tonight and all these weeks now, I said, well, that's not the one for me, and I decided to procure the Restream, the non-free version, so I could have like up to I think it's up to 10 people on the panel. Well, 10 people, including me. And that worked out for the first night show, where we had an awful lot of people show up to wish Chuck their best. And I'm sure Chuck is no longer watching us. Haven't seen his wife comment in in a couple hours anyway. So I'm sure they watch for an hour and a half, and then they got to relax and take care of Chuck, and that's fine. That's the way it should be. But anyway, where I was going with this, I tried to have a comment about tripods. Do you use them? What type do you have, and how many? We didn't really get into much of a conversation about that. So we could have that discussion right now. For those that are left, we have 22 people. We have not picked up any people from other parts of the world where maybe it's 6 o'clock in the morning or 7 o'clock in the morning. So we're down to 22 people that are still here with us, and I'll be keeping an eye on that number. And it's 20 minutes, roughly 20 minutes to 2 Eastern time in the U.S. So if that number basically stays the same by 2 o'clock, then we're going to call it a night at 2 o'clock and wrap things up. But you guys want to comment on, what types of tripods you use and how many do you have, and why do you use one over another, or when do you use one over the other? And you could get into, if you have multiple types of tripod heads, you can get into that and talk about, when you use one tripod head over the other. Do you have 2 tripods because you have one set up for video and one set up for stills? What do you guys do?
I like Gustavo's setup.
Gustavo,
we can't hear you.
You're muted. I think we lost your voice.
Is it back?
Yeah, it's back.
Okay, I don't know what happened here. No, I was saying that the tripod situation requires a longer conversation.
Yeah. I have 3 tripods right just in front of me.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, you could start. I mean, we got to fill in the next 15, 20 minutes here, and
no, I currently have 2 Gitsos. I mean, that I take out. I have like 5. Maybe in the corners of my house there is, all forgotten tripods, but the one that I use regularly are 2 Gitsos tripods, carbon fiber, both of them. I like them, but there is one that I prefer because it seems to be a little bit. I have to. I one thing that there is a preference. I like the clips type of. I like the one that you have to turn in order to set it up.
Yeah.
Right?
You don't like the flip locks. You like the
No, I hate those. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the opposite. I don't like the ones you got to turn. I like the flip locks.
It depends what you grow up with, correct?
Yeah.
So I feel more secure that everything is okay. I always paranoid that the clips are going to pop off and my camera will go into the floor. But so indeed, I do have actually. Next time we talk about tripod, because I don't have that one in hand. Certainly for our British friend, I have a tripod that was very popular in the 90s and in the 80s called Bembo. That's that is that I bought when I was living in England. That's actually a tripod that I still use occasionally because it's extremely flexible. Outdoors, you can set the legs almost everywhere, correct? And he had one single lever to control all the legs. It was a clever design. I don't know. I don't think they are in production anymore, but certainly is one that deserves a special attention. So I will bring it down from the basement and show it to other people. But certainly was very popular with photographers, with wildlife photographers in the 80s.
Benrose was a good. Well, they were a very good brand.
No, Bembo.
Oh, Bembo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Bembo.
It uses one single lever to lock all the legs. I show you one time, but I don't have. I have it in the basement. I use it occasionally for outdoors, and it was a fantastic design. Right?
Well, here's a fun one. Here, we'll make this a little more fun. What, irregardless of price, do you remember what your first tripod was?
Oh, brother.
I remember mine.
I remember mine very well.
Mine was super cheap. It was a Slick tripod.
Yep, I had a Slick U212 tripod that had a geared center column with the crank on it. And
I hate
was my
that.
first tripod.
Yeah.
I do have someone. Mine should be somewhere around the house, but indeed, that center column with a little crank.
Yeah.
Wow, that's horrible.
Yeah.
There
And then
wasn't
if you don't lock it, then it just falls down.
exactly. Yeah, that one is it's a waste of money. I don't think I can use it even to to put some flash or anything like that. But no, so no, I'm at this moment I use two Gitsos.
Well, you're you have good taste. I'll leave it at that. You have good taste.
Well, it's just I mean how it is with you buy once and then they last actually a long time.
Yeah, chosen by design is saying Slick. I tell you, my Slick, it wasn't bad for for the level of gear that I had in that era, because we're going back into the 60s or early 70s, So I mean, money was not something I had. But I have, I know people don't like the crankheads, but I like I have a Manfrotto. I got a high-end Manfrotto carbon fiber tripod, super large diameter legs, very, very sturdy, and it has the crank up center column. Oof. But I like the crank up center column. I don't use it to give myself height per se. For normal shooting, I don't crank it up. I have it locked down. I mean, when it's locked down, it doesn't move. I mean, it does not add any shape to the image or anything like that when you lock it down. Because it's a high-end tripod. It's not a $75 or $100 tripod. I mean, it was over $1,000. So it's but I like it for macro. Because when you have to do fine tuning, you just need to move your camera just a little bit. It's nice to be able to take that lever and just go, click, whatever, move it up a few teeth, move it down a few teeth. So it has its advantages for macro, and then it's sturdy enough where even if you have the thing extended, if you want to lock it down, it's as solid as a rock. It does not cause a problem. But a lot of people do not like those types of tripods. But I think it depends on how much you pay. It depends on the quality. Yeah, you buy a geared tripod head, it's a $100 tripod. Like I said, the teeth are sloppy. Teeth are loose. They're sloppy. A lot of wiggle room with them. They're not good. You buy a high end one. You're not going to be crying about it. You're going to be okay. But you got to spend the money.
The other topic with typos that is important for people to make a decision: how many segments do they want? Because one of the reasons why I have a second Gitso is that I went from 3 segments, which was the best recommendation at the time because it's supposed to be more steady, to 4 segments. Because the 4th segment fit in my suitcase.
Yeah.
And nowadays with the carbon fibers, the 4th segment are as steady as the 3 segments. So there's no difference in steadiness.
Yeah, I think I basically have that one heavy duty tripod, and then I have 2 travel ones. I've got the Peak Design travel tripod, and I've got the what's the other one that I just bought? The Hypey. that I bought through their Kickstarter program before it got released to the public, but it's now available on their website, which is basically a direct competitor with the Peak Design. It was kind of patterned after that to a certain extent, and they're fine for travel. I mean,
The other thing that I do like is actually it works even well in is this type of food. I don't know if you can see it.
let me move you up to the big screen.
So on one of my gifts, I have this type of food.
Yeah.
That's actually you will don't think that work well outdoors, but actually this type of food is fantastic.
It looks like I hate to say it, it looks like a miniature toilet plunger.
Exactly, but it's high rubber and it accommodate. It's so the these work better than actually spikes or anything. Right. The only downside of this one that I have found is working in the winter because things can get attached to it. But this type of rubber is very this type of rubber food is very good. Actually, have that one in my monopod as well.
What brand are those?
Those are Gitsos.
Oh, Gitzo?
Yeah.
I like the. Let me see if I'm not going to take it out of the case. If it's out of the case, I'll show it. If it's not, no, it's not. I like the. I like the tripod feet where you loosen up the bottom and the spikes come out, and then when you twist it, the spikes go back in.
Yes.
Now, one of my travel ones, you have to unscrew the foot, and then the spike is on the opposite side. You unscrew the rubber piece, then you can unscrew the spike, screw it in from the other end, and then you got a spike. So you don't have to buy the spike separate. It came with the feet, which was pretty nice.
Yeah. No, I do have spikes, but I barely with this type of food. I barely change from that one. It's very versatile and it serves me most of the time. So even on the monopod, I think I have the monopod outside at this moment. That's what I want to try to fetch because it's easy to work. But certainly, I'm gravitating now towards this one, which is a 4 segment. It fits in a suitcase. In a regular suitcase, not in a travel not in a carry on, but in a regular small suitcase, it fits well. So that's the reason why that is my main one. But I have been intrigued, Jeff, about yours travel one because that was so tiny. Right?
Oh, it's like the size of an umbrella, a small umbrella. I mean, it's like that. I mean, it's really. But it's not. Yeah. Granted, it's not going to be. If you have a windy day, sometimes you have to Sometimes you want to put your hand. If you don't hang your bag off the hook, all you gotta do is. Wait a minute, dog. Oh, you're right. You just got to put your hand on the tripod and put a little downward pressure on it while you're taking the picture. If it's a real windy day. Yeah. But they're still very versatile.
I think Roy remember that Belmont. Actually, I'm going to try to get it and enjoy it because that's a very versatile, very unique. What about you, Mossman?
Oh, sorry, I was just answering Roy in the chat. It's pretty funny. What do I have? I've got a lot. I've got my main tripod that I use in the field is FLM. I have FLM legs, which are similar in quality to RSS, and they're high quality legs. I have RSS ball heads. I have a Leo Photo. The Leo Photo. What do you call it? Oh, geez, the gimbal head. It's getting late. Sorry. I've got a. What else do I have? I got a bunch of table tripods. I've got the Manfrotto B-free tripod, which is like a macro tripod. So you can take the center column and angle it. It's kind of like your Velbon. You're not the Benro tripod you had, right? Wait, what was that brand?
Bembo.
The Bembo.
Bembo.
I'm going to see if I
Doesn't
can
the
get it.
Bembo have the one arm at the
Wasn't there
angle?
one that was called Ben Rowe though? Wasn't there also?
Yeah,
a
there's Ben Rowe. Yeah.
Let me see if I can get it because I think Roy has that one.
I think the Benbow had the arm that went like diagonal to the legs. But I
Oh,
could be wrong.
okay, yeah. Almost looked like a boom for a microphone.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, came out funny. Yeah.
But yeah, the B free is nice. It's great for macro work if you want that angle. And then I've got for a travel tripod, I've got a 3-legged thing, Punk series, which collapses really small, and that's pretty sturdy. I've used that with my Z9 with no problems. I've got an old Gitzo, the like before carbon fiber. It's like a tank. Not something you want to lug around with you, but it's great for studio work.
Well, remember they had at one time they had some of the aluminum leg tripods were the circular ones were really, really thick.
Yeah.
You know, and then they had that. It was almost like a rough paint texture to them. Some of them like gray and black or whatever.
Yep.
You know, and but those things weighed a ton. They were built like a tank, but
yeah, they are built like tanks.
Benbow, yeah.
But you found it.
Yeah, no, I know where it is because I still use that one. But you can see here, it has a single, maybe correct. So it has a single lever, and then one knob for each leg, and each leg is independent. And then in order to set it up, you just tighten up this knob, and that's done.
Yeah,
So if you want to put a leg somewhere around here, like this, done. And it has a center column that you can adjust. So for macro photography, when you have awkward places,
yeah.
This lens was this is a good thing to have. But it's I think this is British design. Was very popular at the time. The other thing is this piece, the end piece, is solid, so you can put it in the water because they up to this level. So it is a good tripod. So this is the bizarre one. And of course, this is made of steel, so it weighs a ton.
Yeah. I was going to ask how much it weighs.
Yeah. But no, I still keep this one. I use it occasionally.
Well, you know what? I think we're gonna call it a night, guys, because it's almost 2:00. We only have 17 people left. So I think I think we're at a good point where we should call it a night. And I appreciate you guys coming on. I appreciate everyone who was on earlier in the show. It was great, seeing everybody in the chat. We had a pretty good number of people on tonight. I mean, I think we were in the maybe mid 40s or whatever at one time, somewhere around there. So nothing to complain about there. Hopefully Chuck, for the time he was watching, enjoyed the show. Let's hope. Let's wish him the best and have him in our prayers, and him and the family in our prayers, and hope for his recovery as quick as possible. And no one can rant like Chuck, so we need to get him back for his ranting. I did my best. I think I had maybe 1.5 rants tonight.
You're getting there, definitely. You're working your way up.
I'm working my way up, but yeah, the alligator thing really had me miffed when that happened. I'll tell you, I had to talk about that.
Did you talk about the beginning of the show? Because I missed that. If you did.
Oh yeah, the thing. Here I digress as we're ready to leave, but I'll just tell you, the beginning of the show was like 3 generations of the family: the parents, their kids, and the kids' kids. The gators are crossing the road. 2 separate occasions, 2 different gators. They all get within like 2 feet of gator, front, back, left, right. Little kids are running around a few feet away from the gator and taking pictures with their cell phone, crowding it. Gator actually stopped in the middle of the road and laid there because it was traumatized. It felt trapped. And these people didn't think anything of it. And the handful of us photographers who were probably at least, I would say, 100 feet away and could see what was going on, we're just shaking our heads. And my friend said, we should say something. And I said, you can't talk to stupid. I mean, I hate to say it, but I'm going to be the one filming the 7 or 8-year-old kid getting dragged into the water eating. It's going to be on news at 11. And then maybe, and sometimes that's, I hate to say it, sometimes something like that has to happen for people to somehow get common sense again, because these people had no common sense. And not only did they do it once with one gator, they did it a second time. Just blew us away. Couldn't believe it. But that was my first rant. I went on for a while about that. But it's just inexcusable what people do. They're looking for poisonous snakes that go walk through the muck to get them. And I'm actually going. I think I'm going to write a letter to the South Carolina Park Services Department, and I'm going to tell them what happened. Because I'm really getting tired of the fact that you go into a state park and you don't see any rangers. And I don't understand why you don't have, wherever you have a walkway, along the water where people stop to look at wildlife, including the gators that are there. Why don't you have one ranger along every major path in the park, every major place where the tourists go? One, to be friendly to the tourists, right? Communicate with the tourists. And 2, to prevent people that have no common sense from getting hurt. And to answer questions that people may have about the wildlife that live there. I don't understand for the life of me why you don't have rangers that are out there interacting with the people that pay good money to come into the park, and they're all in a building somewhere, and the only time you see them is when they drive by on a golf cart or they drive by in a fancy, park truck or whatever, and tell you to move along if you make the mistake of pulling your car over on a road to take a picture or something, and they say get back in your car, you can't park on the side of the road. And other than that, you don't see them. You just don't see them. Inexcusable to me. I don't know. So I'm going to say, hey, these people could have gotten killed. Would have had about 20 witnesses watching these people get eaten by a gator, or a person get eaten by a gator. And why should photographers be the ones that have to get confrontational with people like that and risk the fact that they might get violent towards us or damage our gear, grab our camera, throw it on the ground, whatever? why should we be the ones that have to try to keep people from getting hurt? You know, we see people throw rocks at the gators too. There was actually a photographer doing it. My friend, he told me, I didn't see it. He says, "Did you see the guy with the big lens on the big tripod?" And he says, "I saw his arm going like this." I says, "You got to be kidding me." He says, "No, he was throwing rocks, not necessarily hitting the gator, but he was throwing rocks near the gator to try to get the gator to turn around so he could take a picture of the gator." It's like, you need to have the park service people there to tell these people, straighten out your act, or you gotta get in your car and leave. You can't do this. You're harassing the wildlife, you're stressing out the wildlife, you're risking harm to yourself, and so on and so forth. I mean, and I'm tired of it. I think I'm going to have to write a letter. You know, I just think it's ridiculous. But anyway, we're gonna end on that note. Jim, Real Nikon Lovers, is saying, I'll just throw it up there quick. He's saying that Verhagen posted a new video tonight, so everybody check that out. And everybody have a great day. We're now Sunday. Maybe where you live it's Monday, but where I live it's Sunday. Have a good rest of your weekend. Go out, get some pictures if you can. Stay safe. And as I say, enjoy life, capture some of it. Get out there and get some great pictures. And I thank the panel of experts, Gustavo and Tim, for coming on, and everyone else that was on earlier, Roy Bixby and company. And I appreciate it. So until next time, take it easy, folks. We're calling it a night.